StarCraft Saga has meant a great deal to Blizzard. We've been working on this thing a long time.
Blizzard is where we are today because of the RTS genre. It is part of our history. World of Warcraft came from an RTS. You know, StarCraft, the best RTS ever.
We had just finished Warcraft 2. We said to ourselves, wouldn't it be awesome to create a real-time strategy game in a gritty science fiction universe?
The first opportunity to show off our new game. We hadn't been working on it for very long. We showed it, and players were underwhelmed.
Orcs in space.
The Orcs in Space build.
Orcs in space. It didn't look very good.
That lukewarm response really galvanized us to go back to formula, to make sure that we were building something that we could be totally proud of.
We basically gutted the entire engine, and Bob locked himself in his office for a little while and basically came up with this new version of the engine which could do a ton more stuff.
Our design philosophy for StarCraft 1 was just concentrate the coolness.
Was definitely an illustration of one of our deepest held values. We're not going to quit until the thing is right.
We knew it was going to be an awesome game. We loved it. We had a feeling that the world would love it. We didn't know that they would actually build a sporting event around it.
StarCraft 1 was definitely the start of real legitimate esports.
I'd see what was going on in Korea, people filling up stadiums to watch the game. I thought, wow, this is really changing gaming.
When I first heard that people were going to come and watch other people play a video game, I thought that was one of the craziest things I'd ever heard of. Surrounded by hundreds or even thousands of like-minded gamers, all watching this incredible action on the screen in front of you. It's one of the most intense experiences you can possibly have.
The esports scene has gotten bigger. You have bigger crowds, bigger viewership, bigger venues. Everything has just scaled so much, and it all started with StarCraft.
Are you ready for StarCraft 2?
The most beautiful thing about StarCraft is the community that has built up around it and the passion for the franchise, for esports. Legacy of the Void is for you.
It has been a long road to close out this story with an amazing game.
The exciting part is that Legacy of the Void won't truly be what it is for several years to come as we work with the community, play games, participate in esports, and learn. This is where we can get to the Blizzard chess that StarCraft 2 ultimately can be.
Blizzard made StarCraft. Everyone who loves and follows the game has made StarCraft as it is today.
The most important part of it is the community, the people who play the games, who love them. We're one giant family.
BlizzCon is a moment in time where thousands and thousands of players come together, all understanding the same things, all with our unique perspectives, all bound together by a shared experience of whatever game you've come to celebrate.
Where better to celebrate the talent of our players than at BlizzCon?
Where better to celebrate the passion,
The triumph.
The cosplayers.
Esports.
The World Championship of StarCraft.
Perfect marine micro.
Where better to celebrate community than at BlizzCon?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and CEO of Blizzard Entertainment, Mike Morhaime.
Alliance and Horde. Terran, Protoss, and Zerg. Heroes of Sanctuary. Future heroes of Overwatch. Heroes of the Storm. Fellow gamers and friends, it is so good to see you all here. BlizzCon 2015 is our 9th BlizzCon together. Okay, I'm going to keep with tradition and ask, how many of you are attending BlizzCon for the very first time? And how many of you have been to BlizzCon before? How many of you have been to at least 5 BlizzCons? These are hands down Blizzard's favorite 2 days of the year. Being able to hang out with over 25,000 other people who share our passion for gaming. There's nothing else like it in the world. This year, you came to BlizzCon from all 50 states and from nearly 60 countries across 6 continents. We have attendees here from as far away as Japan, South Africa, Argentina, and Australia.
And from nearly
in addition to all of you who are attending live,
6 continents.
Millions more around the world are joining us via 60 broadcast streams and in 17 languages. We have a ton to talk about. This is our 25th year making games. And next month will mark the 20th anniversary of Warcraft 2: Tides of Darkness. How many of you played Warcraft 2? We appreciate you sticking with us all these years, through thick and thin. Whether you've been playing Blizzard games for years or you just started recently, thank you so much. We could not continue doing what we do without your support. I'm very honored and grateful to have been part of this community from the beginning and to have watched it grow. This year, the Blizzard community is bigger than it's ever been. I have had a chance to speak with some of you, and what is most amazing to me is to hear about the friendships and strong connections that have grown out of your love for gaming. Whether it's through getting to know your guildmates, through esports, through fireside gatherings, or just making friends online. How many of you have met some of your closest friends or your significant other through Blizzard games? I certainly have. I met my wife through Blizzard, and our daughter is getting an early start, already attending multiple esports events. And she's not even 1. I know there are folks here today who met their life partner right here at BlizzCon. To those folks, and you know who you are, happy anniversary. Another great thing about this community is how you have come together in support of our past charitable efforts. You have helped raise over $9 million for very good causes over the past few years. That's amazing. Thank you so much. We're excited to do another charity pet this year in World of Warcraft. On December 2nd, Brightpaw, the Mana Kitty, will go on sale. And once again, all proceeds through December 31st will go to Make-A-Wish. Since last BlizzCon, we've been very busy. We launched Warlords of Draenor, multiple expansions and adventures for Hearthstone, a new game called Heroes of the Storm. We released Hearthstone on phones. We broke new ground for esports with the Heroes of the Dorm on ESPN2. And when some people questioned whether esports should be on TV, and it should be everywhere, many of you jumped in and voiced your support. We added a ton of new content for Diablo 3, and we have another big update coming with patch 2.4. We finally brought Diablo 3 to China, and we just kicked off the beta test for Overwatch. Whether you love strategy games, card games, RPGs, or shooters, it's never been a better time to be a Blizzard gamer. Do we have any StarCraft 2 players here? Any Protoss players? In 4 days, on November 10th, the battle to reclaim Ire begins. We're so excited to release Legacy of the Void, and we can't wait for you all to play it. To get ready for what's about to come, take a look at this.
After everything we've been through. Past all the fire and fury. Our war's always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming.
Amon lives. You will see him soon.
The end war has come. Amon's furies will engulf the entire galaxy. Yet one spark of hope remains. It seems fate has drawn us together. Death is the fate of all warriors.
Fate ain't written, Artanis. End this thing. Once and for all. I am a Kundala. The tip of the spear.
We are the Protoss, children of ancient gods. We are the firstborn, and we shall be the last left standing. My life for ire.
Legacy of the Void includes the Protoss chapter of the trilogy, but all of the races are getting new and updated units for multiplayer. And there is so much more. I'm particularly excited about the 2 new cooperative modes in the game. Archon mode and co-op missions will let you team up with friends, and they make StarCraft even easier to pick up and play than ever before. These modes are a fun way to play StarCraft regardless of your skill level. And for those of us who may get stressed out in the typical 1v1 game, now we can partner up and share the blame for losing. We poured our hearts into creating the most epic, definitive StarCraft experience, and we hope you love it. And remember, Legacy of the Void will be a standalone product, so you don't need any previous version of StarCraft to play. Okay, I know many of you are wondering what's next for StarCraft following Legacy of the Void. As you know, when Blizzard releases a game, it's only the beginning. We play our games and we listen to your feedback. And we keep refining and adding new experiences. We love these games, and we want them to be the best that they can be. That will be no different with StarCraft 2. I'm pleased to announce that in addition to our ongoing support for the game, we plan to create StarCraft 2 mission packs that offer new stories and experiences in the StarCraft universe. Let's take a look at a little teaser for the first one. You can learn more about our plans in the StarCraft 2 panel at 12:30 in Hall A. StarCraft 2 is also known for its competitive scene, and it's a core part of the world-class esports competitions taking place here at BlizzCon. Esports has been an important part of BlizzCon going all the way back to the first one, where many of you were watching the best StarCraft and Warcraft 3 players in the world compete. This weekend, we will crown world champions for StarCraft 2, World of Warcraft, Hearthstone, and Heroes of the Storm, including the $1.25 million up for grabs at BlizzCon. This year, the most skilled Blizzard gamers in the world will have earned a total of almost $5 million. Let's take a look back at this year's major events and highlights on the road to BlizzCon.
We've had a lot of amazing games and amazing matches. Some people definitely got nervous, and it was very interesting to see how it all went down.
This is what esports is all about. High-level competition by world-class players.
And this is a massive move, but he's not content. And Slowbow enters the main with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
This has been the perfect tournament.
Oh my God, GG! An unbelievable performance by Paul.
Nice force fields, pinning those roaches. GG!
He knows it. He knows it's good. GG!
Over the course of several incredible matches, we have the finest Hearthstone players.
And that's going to do it. Life Coach is going to BlizzCon.
Really exciting to see the conclusion of all these events. It's been a long journey.
Purple is your America's champion for 2015.
So you're going to see a ton of new cards that are going to affect players' hero power.
Come, you attack into it.
Welcome to the World of Warcraft Road to BlizzCon.
They pop the Shadow Dance. Wealthy Man is down to 30. He gets deeped on his Nature Swiftness. I don't even think they need the polymer.
I am so excited for BlizzCon now with all these great teams qualifying.
That was an amazing game. What a great series.
He's going to get executed.
They brought their A game.
Solari Blue winning this series. Excellent job.
This is the moment.
This is for the pride. They are the best.
We're here at the finals.
These games, they were so epic. They are looking strong.
Wow, what a fantastic series.
Those teams qualifying, I feel like they are two of the teams to shine at BlizzCon against the other regions.
We are here for the European road to BlizzCon. It looks like this could be a hit. They're going to run the goes to the core. Is this Stubby taking the clean sweep on the finish?
We always want to find out who really is the best at the end of the day.
We look forward to seeing you at BlizzCon. There were tons of have some incredibly fun show matches here at BlizzCon. One of the world's best poker players, Daniel Negreanu, is here. And he'll be dueling former top StarCraft and Warcraft 3 pro gamer and poker Triple Crown winner, Elky. That happens today at 2:45 on the Hearthstone stage in Hall C. And starting at 6:30 tonight in the StarCraft 2 arena, you'll be able to watch StarCraft legends Ness T and Yellow battle MVP and Boxer in a once-in-a-lifetime Archon mode exhibition match. On the same stage, two of the top Archon mode teams in the world, MC and Huck, and Snoot and TLO, will battle to become the 2015 Archon mode champions. We have a lot of other cool things for you at the show. One of my favorite parts of BlizzCon is the community contests. The costume, talent, art, and movie contests are taking place right here at 6 p.m. in this hall, main hall. And this year they're being hosted by Will Wheaton. Up on the second floor we have a Hearthstone tavern with a maxed out fireside gathering experience. For those of you who brought your mobile devices and who didn't, it's the perfect spot to do some friendly card battling against Blizzard developers and other attendees. And to close things out, Saturday night we have Linkin Park. I hope you all have a great time this weekend. Be good to each other and have fun. One more thing. I know some of you are wondering if you're going to hear anything about the Warcraft movie today. We have been talking about this project for a long time and dreaming about it for even longer. It took years for us to find the right partner, which we found in Legendary Pictures. It was super important to us and to Legendary to be true to Warcraft and create something that will make you proud. And today, we're excited to share with you a huge BlizzCon exclusive world premiere. To help set that up, I'd like to bring out a very special guest. Please help me welcome the director of the Warcraft movie, Duncan Jones. Hey, Duncan. How's it going?
Really good. It's amazing. Finally.
Welcome to BlizzCon.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
We're all very excited to have you.
As you can see, we're a little bit of nervous wrecks, but we're excited too.
So I understand you brought some guests with you today.
I did. We brought some of the cast who were able to come out here today, who really wanted to be here. So if I can introduce Toby Kebbell, Duratan. Ben Foster, Medivh. Dominic Cooper. Yeah. Clancy Brown, Blackhand. Daniel Wu, Gul'dan. And Paula Patton, Garona.
Thank you all so much for coming to BlizzCon. As you can see, we're all very excited about the movie. So, Duncan, what are you going to show us today?
Well, before we start, I just want to say thanks to you, Mike, and also to Chris Metzen, Nick Carpenter, and all of you as well for giving us the opportunity to make this movie. A lot of you who follow me online know that I've been a fan of Warcraft for 20 years. I played the Lost Vikings, I played Orcs and Humans, and all of the RTSs, and I was playing right up until vanilla World of Warcraft when my work started getting in the way a little bit. But I really hope that you enjoy this. This is the trailer for Warcraft.
Cool. Thanks, Mike. Thank you. That's it.
For years, our world has been at peace. But something is coming. I can feel it. Dark forces are upon us.
Find these beasts, or whatever they are.
Our world is dying. There is nothing to go back to. If our people are to survive, we must make a home here. Whatever happens.
Whatever happens. If we do not unite, our world will perish.
This doesn't need to happen. There is one who may help us.
For orcs, there is no other life but war. No, but with the humans' help, there could be.
Why are you here?
To save our people.
Can we trust him?
They're beasts. They should all be destroyed. Are you sure about that? We'll protect the kingdom. You and I.
You You side with the humans against your own kind.
This is suicide. We have no choice. We should attack with full force.
Whatever you plan to do it now!
That was pretty cool, right? I can't wait. Okay, everyone, we have a ton more to share with you, and we're just getting started. Now, please give a warm welcome to our game director on Heroes of the Storm, my good friend, Dustin Browder.
BlizzCon. Heroes of the Storm is a game you can lose alone, but you always win as a team. It's a game based around a quote from one of my favorite movies, "Never give up, never surrender." Heroes is a game where you will see Diablo, the Lord of Terror, riding into battle on a beautiful rainbow unicorn right before he's killed by a murloc. We have had an incredible first year of Heroes. We started this year in technical alpha. We went on to beta, and during our beta, we had a one-of-a-kind esports event, a collegiate tournament called Heroes of the Dorm, that showed the world what an incredible esports experience Heroes could be, and it was on ESPN2 while we were still in beta. We launched the game in June to millions of players and incredible reviews. And since then, we have built 2 new battlegrounds and 6 new heroes in the Nexus. And we've got more to show you here today. Up first, we've got a brand new game mode that will come sometime later next year. Now, we have a lot of things in the pipe that we want to bring before we get to this, but we wanted to bring it to you guys here today to show you and get your feedback. BlizzCon, the Heroes of the Storm team presents to you the arena.
The Nexus is a realm of endless conflict. A crucible for heroes ripped from countless worlds. In this new battleground, fate will decide their allies and their enemies. Now, they face a greater trial. Here, anything can happen. The ultimate challenge is upon you. For soon, you will enter the arena.
The arena is going to challenge how you think about this game. This is a mode with not a lot of game rules. You could all be the same hero. You can pick the same hero on each other's teams. You're going to be given 3 randomly selected heroes to choose from. You're going to choose a single hero, a single heroic ability, and jump right into battle on a small, dangerous, single objective battleground. I've been making games for 20 years. I don't think I've ever seen a game development team take to a new game mode like the Heroes team has really loved and enjoyed the arena. You can play it here today, and I hope you guys love it as much as we do. Now, you guys know that the heroes of the Storm team, well, we love to play with the rules. We love to challenge what's allowed in this genre. We've been doing it for years with our battlegrounds and with our heroes. And this next video is going to show you guys everything you can play here today at BlizzCon.
For honor and glory.
I am the first of the Dryads.
Raven Court will belong to the Grieve Keeper.
Heroes, prepare for the arena. Prepare for trouble! Make it double!
Towers of Doom is a map. You've never played anything like this before. You can't attack the enemy's core directly. When you destroy enemy towns, they become your towns. It'll make you think very differently about your heroes, your talents, your team compositions. And Cho'Gall, well, Cho'Gall is a one-of-a-kind experience. You saw that right. 2 players controlling 1 hero. You're going to have to work with an ally to control 1,000 pounds of muscle and magic in this giant, insane 2-headed ogre. And that's not the only thing that's unique about Cho'Gall. How you get him is also a little bit different. Cho'Gall is not for sale in the shop, and you cannot buy him with gold. Instead, everyone here at BlizzCon, everyone with a virtual ticket, and a few lucky players on Battle.net will get Cho'Gall added to their account automatically for free this month. Now, everybody else out there who wants Cho'Gall, they're going to have to go on a quest to get him. And that's where you guys can help us. If you party up with someone who doesn't have Cho'Gall, they can play Cho'Gall with you. And if you party with these people and you play 2 games, then they will get Cho'Gall as well. If you play 4 games with people who don't own Cho'Gall, we'll give you a big sack of Heroes of the Storm gold to thank you for spreading the Cho'Gall virus throughout the Nexus. We have an incredible BlizzCon for you this year. We've got the arena. We've got Lunara, we've got Greymane, we've got Cho'Gall. We have got 3 panels this weekend where you can ask our game developers all of your questions. We've also got the very first Heroes of the Storm World Championship this weekend. Thank you, BlizzCon, for supporting Heroes of the Storm. We would not be here without all of your support over the last many years. Up next, I'd like to bring out a guy who's put a lot of hard work into one of my all-time favorite games. This is a very popular game in my house. I play it, my wife plays it, my two sons play it, my mother-in-law plays it. Please welcome the game director for Hearthstone, Eric Dodds.
That was awesome. I love hearing Dustin talk about Heroes of the Storm. It's a game I've been playing a lot recently, and gotta say I'm super geeked up about playing Cho'Gall. That sounds kind of awesome. So one of the cool things about being here is that we have the very best Hearthstone players in the world competing here in the Hearthstone World Championship. And I know that BlizzCon is crazy full of awesome things to do, but just one hall over is the World Championship, and if you guys have the time, I will guarantee there will be some amazing games of Hearthstone over there, so it's absolutely worth your time to check out. So I figure maybe now we could talk about some of the new stuff. I was thinking maybe we could talk about a brand new Hearthstone adventure. And this adventure is going to be a little bit different than you guys might be expecting. There might be some surprises there, but it really speaks to the heart of what it means to go on an adventure and be an adventurer. So if you like exploration and danger and ruined temples and a whole bunch of new cool solo missions and a bunch of awesome new cards, then I'm pretty sure you are going to like this.
We've traversed the tombs of Naxxramas. We've climbed every cliff on Black Rock. Now the world cries out for heroes as a new evil rises. There will be danger. There will be doom. There will be ancient temples filled with relics, treasures, and traps. Who will answer the call? Explorers lead, and we are in need of explorers. Adventure we seek, cross land and sea. Yes!
So you're going to get to travel with the League of Explorers across all of Azeroth in search for an artifact, the Staff of Origination. And now I think it's time to meet the League of Explorers. On the left you see Bran Bronzebeard. Now Bran is the founder of the League of Explorers, and he's someone you might have met if you've traveled through World of Warcraft. Next to him is Elise Starseeker. She has traveled to and mapped many of the ancient locations across all of Azeroth, and she is pretty much the brains of the League of Explorers. Of course, next to her is Reno Jackson. He's a fortune hunter, he's got a love of treasure, and he's got a moral compass that doesn't entirely point north all of the time. And lastly, Sir Finley Murgleton. He's a proper gentleman, Murloc. He brings a real sense of dignity and gravitas to the League of Explorers. So that's the League, and now it's time to check out some of the new cards. And of course, you couldn't go exploring without a proper explorer's hat. It's an awesome hat because once you've got it, you never lose it again. Of course, we have a new mechanic for you as well. We have a mechanic called Discover, appropriately enough, and you'll see it on a new minion from League of Explorers called the Jeweled Scarab here. And what Discover means is it means that when you play a card with Discover, it's going to present you 3 random cards to pick from that are valid cards given whatever deck you're currently playing. So they're not from your existing deck, but they are valid for that type of deck, and you get to pick one of them. And it's a pretty cool mechanic because it combines a sense of randomness on one hand with, on the other hand, a lot of strategical thinking and choice as far as making the proper choice when this comes up. And actually, let me show you what it looks like when you play a Discover card. So this is playing the Jeweled Scarab here. So you see all the difficult choices you're going to make when this pops up. What card am I going to choose that's just right for this moment in time? Job's done. But of course, an adventure like this would not be right without being able to travel with and put the members of the League of Explorers in your deck. So for instance, you might travel with Elise Starseeker. So of course a moment where you're not quite sure what she does, but before we talk about that, I can show you how she comes into play, because she does come into play in true League of Explorers style. And she comes into play a lot like this.
Do you have the artifact?
So the question you have, of course, is what exactly is the map to the Golden Monkey? And it seems pretty straightforward and pretty obvious to me what a map to the Golden Monkey is, but of course I've seen the card, so I've got a certain edge, but I'm going to show you right now what the map looks like, and here's the map to the Golden Monkey that goes into your deck. See, pretty obvious. Okay, so I'll actually now show you the Golden Monkey, and it had to have a little build-up because the Golden Monkey is pretty amazing. Here is the Golden Monkey. So replacing your deck with and hand with legendary minions really turns the game on its head at that moment. So it's totally a card worth waiting for. So of course that's just the start of all of the new cards that are coming with League of Explorers. And if you want to know more about the cards and all of the other parts of the League, right here today at 3:30, the one and only Ben Brode will be here explaining everything you want to know about League of Explorers. So of course, if you want to actually play League of Explorers today, you can do that as well. It's playable on the show floor today. You're going to be able to play one of the missions of the First Wing, where you help Reno Jackson escape from a collapsing temple. He's gotten in trouble again, which is somewhat common. And I'm also happy to announce that we're going to be releasing League of Explorers later this year. And I guess since this month is technically part of later this year, I should probably be more specific and say we're actually launching League of Explorers later this month. Actually, I should probably be a little bit more specific than that and tell you that League of Explorers is going live, the First Wing starting this coming Thursday. That's going to be awesome. And we're totally looking to see how you guys dig into the League of Explorers and the combos you find coming next week. So now I want to stop and talk for a moment about a friend of mine who has always given me design advice when I've asked him for it, who's played a whole lot, or done a whole lot of raiding in World of Warcraft with me, many, many years of that. And whenever I ask him for wisdom, he absolutely always has wisdom for me. He also happens to be the game director of Overwatch, and I think he has a few things to say to you. Let me introduce Jeff Kaplan.
What is up, Blizzard Nation? How are you guys doing? I want to thank my good friend Eric Dodds for the awesome introduction. I thought Duncan Jones was introducing all the good-looking people, but Eric did an awesome job, so thank you. Quick question before I begin. Is there anybody in the hall who does not have access to the internet? This guy right there. Okay. I have some amazing announcements for you right here on the stage right now. Everybody else, talk amongst yourselves. We'll be back. No, I'm just kidding. So obviously right here on the stage, it was a year ago at BlizzCon that we unveiled Overwatch to you guys. And we gave you 12 heroes to play with on the show floor, and it was absolutely inspiring seeing how you guys fell in love with these heroes the same way we did, the people who made the game. And then the year itself was pretty fantastic. We traveled to PAX East. It was 14 degrees in the snow out in Boston. Props to all of you guys who made it out there with us. And we introduced 2 new heroes. We had McCree and Zarya. So that was pretty awesome. Then we had a lot of fun on social media, and we ran a campaign where Soldier 76 came to light in the Overwatch universe, and you got to know him. And then it was off to Europe, where we went to Cologne, Germany. We brought Overwatch to be playable for the first time ever in Europe by European players, and we introduced Lucio to the lineup. And certainly, last but not least, was our latest reveal of the Junkers, the comical Junkrat and Roadhog who entered the lineup. So there's obviously a huge diverse cast of characters that we spent the year introducing you guys to, but we are not done. And here we are at BlizzCon right now. So not only are we going to introduce you to 3 new heroes right now, but we have a new map for you as well. So rather than have me talk about it, I want you guys to watch this video that recaps the past year, see if you can spot the new heroes and the new map. Enjoy.
This is strength. You're covered. That's equals. Fire in the hole! So that one's coming. Sniper. The hunter lays a trap for his prey.
You didn't make the cut. I've got you in my sights. Target-rich environment. Get the payload moving. It's high noon.
Justice ain't gonna dispense itself. Pardon me. Y'all had it coming.
Here, let's pick it up. Oh, let's break it. Damn! Get back.
I play to win. One for my highlight reel. Suiting up. Boosters engaged.
Let's fight for a better world.
Freeze! Don't move.
Oh, 对不起了。
This will stop them.
You are nothing. We shall see, brother.
So welcome to the family, to Diva, Genji, and Mei. So the internet was referring to Genji as Green Robot Ninja Dude, and we thought it was an awesome name, but we went with Genji instead. So these new heroes, they're all playable for you guys today, right in Hall C. You're gonna have a blast. They're here all weekend. We also have the new map, Hollywood, which you guys got to see. It's a really fun fantasy. Today at 4:45, there will be a panel right here on the main stage that will go into great detail into what each of these three new heroes do and some of the cool highlights of Hollywood as well. So all in all, Overwatch is a game about switching heroes. We feel like the dynamic gameplay and the core systems of the game are all tuned around this fact of team play and counterplay. Switching heroes is a part of this game. We see your threads when you say on the internet, I think you should lock into heroes, and our answer to that is not what Overwatch is about. With that in mind, when you buy Overwatch, you will get all 21 of the heroes that we've announced to you so far. They all come with the game. You'll also get all of the maps, the content, and the features that we've been discussing so far. So we think this is awesome. There's a great base version of the game. We're really proud of it, and we're really excited for you guys to get your hands on it. But we also wanted to make an extra special edition of the game, and we call it the Overwatch Origins Edition. So last year at BlizzCon, Chris Metzen and I did a panel on this stage where one of the top questions that you guys asked was, can I get skins in this game? Are you guys going to make skins? Show us some skins. And we thought show us some skins. That's awesome. It's the family show. Come on, everyone relax. Costume contest is tonight. So So we put together the special edition of the game. It's called the Origins Edition. It comes with 5 Origins Edition skins. And what these mean are, there's a backstory to all of our heroes, and we're going to tell you a lot more about that. But each of these skins harkens to the backstory of all of the individual heroes that got one. So not only is that special, but our brothers and sisters on the other Blizzard development teams were very generous, and they gave us a bunch of awesome digital goodies that come in the other Blizzard games that also make up the Origins Edition. Rather than have me describe it all in detail, we put together a video. I'm very pleased to announce it to you right now. Please check out the Origins Edition. All right. So, like I mentioned, there's a lot of goodness in the Origins Edition. We've got the 5 skins and all of the digital goodies that you'll get in the other Blizzard games. But the coolest part about the Origins Edition, and the part that I'm the most excited about, is that we'll be bringing the Origins Edition to the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4 for all of you console fans. We were so pleased with the reception that Reaper of Souls got on the consoles, and we know how many Blizzard gamers love playing games on the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4, so we're very proud to bring Overwatch simultaneously at release to all 3 platforms. So let's go over the 3 ways you'll be able to get the game. There's the base PC edition, like I mentioned, includes all 21 heroes. There is the Origins Edition that comes with the skins and the goodies, like I talked about, that's available on PC, Xbox One, and PlayStation 4. And we're also pleased to announce an amazing collector's edition of the game that will be available on all 3 platforms. It comes with a really awesome Soldier 76 bronze statue. It also comes with a source book, an amazing soundtrack, and everything that you get in the Origins Edition as well. So 3 ways to get the game. You're wondering now where to get the game. You can go to buyoverwatch.com. You'll get a pre-purchase skin, which is Noir Widowmaker. It's absolutely gorgeous. I can't wait for you guys to see this in person. And the final question you're probably wondering is, well, when? When does this all happen? We are beta. Beta was fall 10th, guys. Come on, we've covered this already. We are very pleased to announce that Overwatch will be launching in the spring of 2016. So it's very close. We're almost there, guys. And I promise no spring 10th jokes. Or that's the last one. So anyway, there's a lot of great Overwatch stuff for you guys to check out at the show. Everything's playable in Hall C, so go check it out. Wait in line as many times as you can. We also will have a great panel here on the main stage that will cover the new heroes. That's at 4:45 today. Tomorrow at 11:30 a.m., there's another panel on the stage. I think it's very special. One of the top questions we got asked last BlizzCon was, I want to know more about storytelling in Overwatch and the lore and the background. We have a great panel lined up for you tomorrow with some very exclusive content and special announcements, so please come and check it out. With all that said, I'm very happy to bring my brother in arms out, my partner in crime, the inspiration, the heart and soul of Blizzard, Mr. Chris Metzen. Take care, guys.
What's happening, everybody? You are looking particularly handsome and peppy this morning. Fantastic. Thank you all for being here, guys. As we always say, BlizzCon's such an amazing weekend for us. We are so glad that you are here to share it with us. In many ways, looking at the presentation this morning, 2016 is going to be a really amazing year for Blizzard Entertainment. Just with the slate of games we have coming out. I don't know, what'd you guys think of the trailer we showed earlier? We're pretty excited about that. Let me ask it another way, just to kind of engage a little bit. Horde, what did you think about the trailer? Excellent. Alliance, roar! It's your movie, guys. What's really fun about this film is that it really focuses on the origins of the Alliance and Horde. It takes a look at the first great conflict that sets the stage for the whole modern age of Warcraft, which is your age. To contrast that, our new expansion set, World of Warcraft Legion, takes a look at the present day, the Alliance and Horde, kind of at the height of their conflict, engaged against a foe that neither can defeat alone. This is a big one, guys. The Burning Legion returns. What's kind of cool, many of you will remember, the Burning Legion has invaded Azeroth twice before. Can anyone tell me the first time they invaded? War of the Ancients is correct. Something like 10,000 years ago, the Legion invaded Azeroth and was only driven off by the Night Elves and the demigods that they conjured and that they rallied to drive the demons away. Does anyone remember the second invasion? Teacher's pet. You are exactly correct, sir. Reign of Chaos, Warcraft 3, much closer to the now in the timeline, where the Legion invaded once again. Only this time, it was the Alliance and Horde that banded together to drive the demons back and save the world for another generation. So you can imagine, if you're the lords of the Burning Legion, kind of failed twice, pretty pissed off. The Legion is back, and they are playing for keeps. And this time, to assure their victory, they have conscripted one of the most diabolical villains in Warcraft history, the Orc Warlock Gul'dan. Gul'dan fans in the back, there's something wrong with you guys. He's loco. I lost my train of thought. Damn you, Gul'dan fans. It'll come back. What was I just talking about? Gul'dan, got it. Getting a little old. If you guys have been following us through the events of Warlords of Draenor, Gul'dan was ripped from Draenor and flung into Azeroth. to make good on the pact that he made with his demon masters. They gave him one big job, essentially to tear a hole in the side of reality. And that is what Gul'dan did. Churning in the sky above the Broken Isles is the Fellstorm, this impossible nexus of horrific magics that Gul'dan has conjured, leveraging the powers of the old tomb of Sargeras. And from this Fellstorm, the Burning Legion has birthed into the world once again. It's a dark day. And like I said, they're pissed. But never fear. The call has gone out. The call to arms has been sounded. The Alliance and Horde have rallied their greatest heroes, their most epic generals, and the sheer might of their combined armed forces. They have launched in fleets to the sea in an attempt to invade the Broken Isles, smash Gul'dan's stronghold, and stem the tide of this invasion before it could really get going. What could go wrong? It's mostly going to be fine. This time around, the cost of victory could be very high. And this time around, the Alliance and Horde, they're going to need all the help they can get. Luckily, there's another soul stirring within the void. A soul fueled by vengeance, who hates the Burning Legion more than anyone. Illidan's storm rage is returning. And you know what? Illidan's pissed too. And he's bringing with him his Illidari to dispense what is likely indiscriminate justice upon those who would threaten his homeworld. You guys ready to play Demon Hunters? Going to be pretty epic. This is an expansion set that has been building for a very long time. So, we thought it'd be fun this morning to give you guys a look at what? What do you think? Yes, yes, young ones. We are very proud to debut this morning the introductory cinematic for World of Warcraft Legion. All right, guys. Well, what may well wind up being the end of the world begins right now.
My son, a terrible darkness has returned to our world. As before, it seeks to annihilate everything that we hold dear. I go to face it, knowing I may not return.
They're coming! They're coming back!
All my life I have lived by the sword. I've seen kingdoms burn and watched brave heroes die in vain. It's been difficult for me to trust after losing so much. But from you, I have learned patience, tolerance, and faith.
Open fire!
Anduin. I now believe, as you do, that peace is the noblest aspiration. But to preserve it, you must be willing to fight.
For Azeroth!
Say it with me. For Azeroth! For Azeroth! Hell yeah. Guys, the Legion is coming. The Legion is invading this summer. You can pre-order Legion now at wowlegion.com. If you pre-order now, you can get early access to the Demon Hunter. The team wants me to say when it's ready, and I'll dial it in. And if you don't want to wait that long, the Demon Hunter and the rest of the aspects of the expansion are playable here on the show floor all weekend long. So, how about a hand for Sylvanas? Finally. You Sylvanas fans, she is going to be a factor moving forward. It's really exciting times. Guys, if you want to hear more about Legion, more of its features, and just here for the dev team, the panel you can come to is here in this hall at 12:30 today. And they will answer all the questions they possibly can and give you guys an even deeper look at the game. And ultimately, I think that's about everything. How'd you guys feel about today? You excited? Guys, once again, thank you for being here. We love you. We are so honored to be here with you. Take care of each other this weekend. Have fun. Have a great BlizzCon.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
We hope you've enjoyed your free preview of BlizzCon Virtual Ticket, an original DirecTV production since 2008.
Wow, welcome back. Opening ceremony just finishing up, and we are so excited to have with us Mike Morhaime, CEO and
Now, I feel like I need to work out the blindfold. Oh, Jesus Christ. Now, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of any character that looks like they're blind. But I feel I'm gonna make the face first, right? So let's look at the face. Oh, we can make him One-Eyed Joe. Now, how do we get the skin color? I think I like that one the most. So face. I like this one. Thank you very much, my friend, for that 17 months in a row. Sorry if I'm literally going to be the worst person today at resubs and stuff like that. So thank you very much, brother. I think I'm going to do this one. I like it very much. And I like the curly back horns. I like them. Tattoos. Now, can we just point out, right? Can we just point out, if there's a tattoo vendor and I don't get to be the tattoo vendor in the game, if anyone from Blizzard is watching, I'm going to be really sad. Right? Because I feel like if anyone deserves to be the tattoo vendor, it should be me. Right? I'm not saying that I've got any sort of right, but I have a lot of tattoos and I love the game, and I feel like it's fair. Collar, thank you very much for that 23 months in a row. Thank you very much, sir. Dustin, where the hell are you? Why don't you come here? I think there's a drum circle outside. Oh, facial hair. All right. Oh, Jackie Chan. Is that the L Drake? Is that the El Drake? Look at that. You're in Texas. What? Okay, I'm going to go with that. Oh, I don't know. I don't. Oh, dude, that sucks so much, man. Lurs, thank you very much for the 7 months in a row, brother. Thank you, man. All right. Willie Dan. I guess I probably shouldn't do that, should I? I might get in trouble. All right. Oh, I'm so excited. Old Man Gaming, thank you very much for that 15 months in a row. Oh, God. Turnkeys.
Keystone is the crux of my plan to defeat the burning
God,
legion.
turnkeys are scarier than
Also
frickin'
your only way back.
any boss in the
Find
game.
it and return to the Black Temple.
Okay, let's do this real quick. I know you guys are going to hate me for doing it, but I want to... Show numbers for cooldown. Ooh, I like that. I know a lot of you guys might not care about this, but I like seeing all this type of stuff. Anything that's new makes me happy. Don't worry, it's not my first stream. I'll set it up, boys. Don't worry. Is that better? Do I look prettier now? No bartender. Shut up. All right, let's do this real quick so I don't play like too much of a freaking potato. Yeah. There's someone from Blizzard watching right now just going, seriously, Ching Keybinds? Seriously? Seriously? Look at the impatient guys. Come on, guys. Why don't you play? Why are you taking so long to play the game? I'm so angry. What's up, Reshi? How? Oh, what? You can... You can glide? Wait a second. You can glide? What? 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 There was... Nothing was said about gliding. Stream? Stream. Now, I'm going to be the one to tell you guys, right? I'm going to be the one to tell you guys. If you have some sort of cool name that's to do with gliding, go and reserve it now, right? Go and res the name right now. John! Hello, sir!
What's up, man?
What's up, man? How are you, brother?
Good to see
Dude, have you seen this?
Yeah, I played it.
But did you know they can glide?
Yes, they can glide, man. I saw it, man. Dude, it's awesome, dude.
Guys, this is a new streamer. He's just started streaming on Twitch. He got his sub button recently. I heard you're making YouTube videos now. How's it?
Dude, all the way from Australia, dude.
Australia, mate.
My God.
Australia.
You jet lag?
Nah, I haven't slept, so I'll probably pass out by the time BlizzCon's finished. I'll sleep in one of the other streamers' rooms. I know, but I don't drink, so it's all right.
Oh, that's perfect. That's right.
See, I'm the. Yeah, but I can't drive. Dude, they can glide. I didn't know they could glide.
No. Dude, okay, glide and then hit one in the air.
Okay, let me. I found that's my peak up here. I found that's. Oh, look at it all. It's so much fun. Okay. What? What is this? What is this nonsense?
I told you.
So have you reserved any names yet? You guys can't hear John. I know it's one of these like heaps professional caster mics where you guys can't hear me.
They're saying no way. Glorious.
Dude, the possibilities of names. What? Okay, so what names have you reserved?
What names?
Yeah, I've got Double Jump on my server as a name. I've got Double Jump on Darkspear as well.
Really?
Yeah.
No way,
Do you want it?
I haven't done it yet. They're all going to be
You got to do it. You got to get the gliding names now as well. And I've got the name Willie Dan. Willie Dan, not spelt in like a rude way. No, yeah, like Willy Dan. I think that's going to be the one that I actually play.
Shout out Kavat. He just sent me a text. Epic. This is epic.
Okay, so talent-wise, let's have a look. So it doesn't say anything besides coming soon, except for the first tab, but you have to get to level 99. So
In the WoW category?
I've got... Huh?
Are you in the
I should be under WoW, I think. We only just started.
There you are, dude. There you are.
We just started, so let's have a look at this.
Azeroth must not fall.
Oh my god, got myself some... Okay, so what's my mythic gear? Can someone refresh my memory? What's my mythic gear worth right now? What eye level is mythic? I think my top tier stuff, my mythic Warforged stuff is... That's what I'm trying to work out. I'm just trying to work out how much time I've wasted. 725. Okay, so I don't feel too bad then. Dude, look at that!
You like it. You like it.
That's so ridiculous.
What do you think about what do you think about the combo?
I haven't tried anything yet.
Just two, and then 3 to...
All right, let's try and get some mobs. Now I want to turn the health bars on. Is it V is the default key? Oh, there it is. Let's go over here. The which one? So do I build up energy? Is that the way that it's doing? Jesus.
Oh, did you see the dark shoo-shoo?
The what?
The dark shoo-shoo.
The dark shoo-shoo. What is that? Okay. Shift 2? Okay.
Yeah, hit shift 2 and walk around.
Whoa.
You see, rogues can never escape you. You see through walls, dude. It's wall hacks.
So, okay. Do you think this is OP as what
Wall
people...
hacks, man.
So people are trying to say that feral druids and rogues are going to be useless, though. I don't agree, because, like, look, if...
Well, you're stealth too, so they can't bring you out of stealth, I think.
So this goes forever?
I don't know. Maybe it's forever.
I think this goes forever. I thought it would have a cooldown, as in, like... So once I stop...
Wait a minute.
It has a 10-second cooldown. What? What?
No, I think you're... What?
I think it bugged out a little bit.
Yeah. Wow. Jay Kua 25 says that this class looks broken already.
Well,
I don't think so.
I don't think it's broken.
Did you see that one shot he just did? You saw
No,
that
I think the... Oh, no, there it is.
one shot.
Does that do damage?
Yeah, you can jump in the air and do it in the air, too.
I didn't know that it did damage.
Yeah, it does damage.
Look at all these people. Look
Look
at
at
all.
the demon hunters.
Look at him stealing all my mobs. Get out of here, guys. Get out of here. Oh, this auto.
Rogues are not going to use this.
No.
That is awesome.
The glider spell is called. Let's have a look. It doesn't come up with a name. It's literally just called Glide. Okay, there you go. Dude, this is crazy. So how is... they can't hear you, so I'm going to have to ask you and then repeat your answer. But how's BlizzCon for you? You obviously got here last night.
BlizzCon, so far, so good.
Yeah, having a good time?
I got
Oh! Oh, it looks like one of my exes. It was a rough year, John. It was a rough year. Long time ago, you know, I thought, you know, you got to give everyone a chance. All right. I may die. I may die. Okay, I've died. I've died where it's probably impossible to die. Okay, I could be the worst demon hunter. You guys can hear it? Okay.
I got to play it. I got to play it at the floor. So
you had fun?
I want to see all the other abilities. Like, hopefully they, you know, you can.
Well, I get to stream for 2.5 hours, so it's been half an hour. So I think in 2 hours I should be able to get a level at least to see something.
Yeah.
Veteran gamer. Look, listen. Look. Between me and John, we got a few years on us, all right? We're getting on a bit. You know, I turned 30 last week. Thank you. Yeah, I'm getting on stream. All right, so how many more of these do I have to kill? Three more mobs. Should probably stop dying then. Rip Iron Man challenge. I didn't know that this does damage. That's it's ridiculous.
Oh yeah!
Dude, it's so cool.
There's the road. Get him!
Oh no! Oh no! I've done it now. Or I think the way that you're going to be able to get him. Well, I guess you can't really sap them, can? Because I didn't know that it would put you in stealth. That's where the hard bit is. So, okay, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, and I'm sorry if you're missing what we're talking about. What we're saying is with the spell. Okay, so what it's called a spectral sight. It allows you to see enemies and treasures through physical barriers, walls, and enemies that are stealth and invisible. Okay, but what it does is it actually puts you in stealth as well. I think maybe you're not in stealth. Maybe you just walk like you're in stealth.
Chinglish, you have 6,000 viewers
Huh?
Chinglish,
5,400. So the cooldown is quite short. Now, okay, before people go full on, right? Before people go too crazy, keep in mind that this is like alpha before alpha, right? I think that there's some community testing going on between like actual Blizzard staff. Okay, but one, don't freak out and think that your class is forever gone. You know what I mean? Because it's literally, this is why they do what they're doing now. They have an entire row of computers, okay, set up so people can leave community feedback. Okay, so don't freak out and be like, my class is ruined forever. You'll be able to fix it, right? Okay, and that's what they'll do. If it's not in stealth, I think the way around that is you're going to have to line of sight it, okay? So say you're playing sort of high-end arena, right, or you're doing an RBG. If the Demon Hunter's not in stealth here, my theory behind it is, right, if you can see them, you can line of sight it, right? Do you think? Hello. He has a Chinglish shirt. Yeah, so does he. Yes! Yes! Good man, come in. This guy there's a few people from my stream that actually have the logo tattooed on them. That's one there. No bottoms. That's a yes.
He's got your tattoo.
Yeah, there's 9 people now.
Wow.
With I guess they like my big.
But don't even think about that. We are about to now see what they have in store with us, or for us, for World of Warcraft. We are going to send you over to the World of Warcraft Legion content overview panel.
I'm going to run over there right now.
Guys, enjoy.
Welcome to the Future of StarCraft 2 panel.
Hello, BlizzCon. Who's it? Nova Covert Ops. Did you guys catch that announcement? Yeah? Excellent. Well, we are here today to tell you guys about the future of StarCraft 2. My name is Tim Morton. I'm the lead producer on StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void. I'm going to introduce you guys to my fellow panelists up here. So, this is Jason Huck, who leads up the campaign design. We have any campaign players out there? Do you guys like the campaign?
Warcraft Edition. Yeah. We have been waiting a year to get back to the BlizzCon stage to talk to you all about the next WoW expansion, Legion. And finally, that day has come. We are super excited to take you through the lands of the Broken Isles and show you all that they have to offer. Sorry, a little technical difficulty. So over the course of the next hour and a half, we're going to tell you everything there is to know about Legion. And that, by the way, is the extent of my Photoshop skills. So here's what's on the agenda. I'm going to give you a brief introduction to the expansion. Eric Maloof is going to take you on a deep dive of the Demon Hunter Start experience. Julian Morris and Gary Plattner are going to take you through the zones of the Broken Isles. And the mighty, as you can see, Ian Hazikostas is going to talk to you about dungeons and raids. But that's not all. We've got all new features to talk about today. Features that have not yet been revealed to the public and somehow, miraculously, not data mined or spoiled by MMO Champion. So, yeah. So, who's ready to hear about the third Burning Legion invasion of Azeroth? Woo! All right, let's get started. So where we last left off, Gul'dan had taken control of the Iron Horde from Grommash Hellscream and was raising a Fel-infused army to invade Azeroth and burn it to the ground. Now, of course, being the righteous defenders of justice that we are, we stopped that from happening. Or so we thought. The Burning Legion wasn't about to let their pawn fail. Not again. So while Draenor was saved, and it was saved, Gul'dan would be sent to our world, where he would be allowed to fulfill his pact. What happened to Gul'dan on Azeroth? Well, on our world, Gul'dan would hear a familiar voice. A voice that had been directing him all through Draenor. Kil'jaeden. And Kil'jaeden would gift Gul'dan with the near limitless knowledge of the Burning Legion. And with the secrets of the universe in his grasp, Gul'dan would be commanded to the Broken Isles, to the Tomb of Sargeras, where he would shatter protective wards, sealing an ancient gateway to Legion worlds. Needless to say, Gul'dan succeeds and kicks off the largest Burning Legion invasion of Azeroth ever. Chris Metzen, what are you doing in my slide? I can't shake him. He's everywhere. So that leads us to the cinematic that you guys just saw during the opening ceremony. Maybe. Yes? All right. Yes. Yes, it does. How about that cinematic, guys? We got any Alliance in the house? Yeah! You know, I've seen that cinematic probably 100 times. And we just showed it again, and I got goosebumps for the 101st time. Yeah. It's amazing, and maybe it's, and I think about it, and I think maybe it's because I know the story of Legion, I know what's going to happen, and it excites me. Or maybe it's because I'm excited for you all to get into Legion and find out the story for yourselves. But it strikes me that after working on Warcraft and WoW for almost 12 years now, that the game, the story, the world, the characters can still have such a huge effect on me. And hopefully on you too. But I do want to tell you something about this cinematic that you probably don't know. It is the first time that we have created a cinematic that ties directly into the main story of the game. It's a direct handoff, in fact. You know, with Legion, we felt like we really had an opportunity to take our storytelling to another level. And our incredibly talented cinematics team agreed and was eager to oblige. Now, clearly, guys, we wanted to get you all super excited for the expansion. By the way, how did we do? Okay. I think we can check that one off the list. But we also wanted to highlight our greatest heroes in their darkest hour and paint a target on the most dominant threat in the universe, the Burning Legion. And in the middle of all of that, kick off what we consider to be a really great Warcraft story. So, how does a cinematic handoff into the game actually work? Well, that takes us to the Broken Shore. What is the Broken Shore? That is a great question that somebody out there is thinking. I'm going to tell you what the Broken Shore is. Most importantly, the Broken Shore is ground zero for the Burning Legion invasion of Azeroth. The Legion invasion is coming directly from the Tomb of Sargeras, but this is also, equally as importantly, where we, Azeroth's greatest champions, meet up with Varian, Sylvanas, Jaina, Vol'jin, and the rest of the heroes of the Alliance and the Horde to face the Burning Legion. This is that handoff point from the cinematic where we see Varian and Sylvanas on the shore. This is where we will begin our mission to eradicate the Burning Legion from Azeroth. So with that said, the Broken Shore is the springboard by which we establish the primary plot points for the expansion and get everyone on the same page moving forward. Another thing to note, this time, the boost experience is its own separate adventure. So what that means, guys, is we can be a lot more consistent with the tuning of the Broken Shore, making things a bit more challenging and hopefully a lot more fun. What about the content structure? So we're trying to tell this humongous story with Legion. And we felt to really do it justice, we needed to kind of up our game. So with that said, the Broken Shore is actually a 40-player scenario split down the middle as two 20-player groups split between the Alliance and the Horde who are working in unison, synchronized as they ascend up the Broken Shore towards the Tomb of Sargeras, where they will face the ultimate evil in the universe and find out what the fate of the world is. So with that said, let's take a quick look here at a demo of the Broken Shore. I do want to say, guys, this is still super, super early. We've got a lot of work left to be done. A lot of iteration needs to still go into this and a bit of our time. But after this is over, Eric Malouf is going to come up and he's going to knock your socks off with some Demon Hunter stuff, like Demon Hunter awesomeness. And that'll be that. So BlizzCon, thank you so much. Let's take a look at this video, and here comes Eric after.
Alex? Cool. Hi, BlizzCon. Who wants to play a Demon Hunter? Hi, I'm Eric Malouf, quest designer on World of Warcraft, and I'm here today to talk to you about the brand new Demon Hunter intro. Demon Hunter is our new hero class. It starts at level 98. When you play through the intro, you're going to learn what it truly means to be a demon hunter. These elves have sacrificed everything. They've given up their friends and family. They've taken in immense amounts of fel energy, corrupting their bodies. They've even gouged out their own eyes to gain spectral sight to see their enemies that much better. And they've done this all for one overriding reason: the utter annihilation of the Burning Legion. Thank you. Now, the Demon Hunter intro also serves as our story bridge from the Burning Crusade expansion to the present. We're going to answer the question, what was it that Illidan Stormrage was up to all those years ago at the Black Temple when we were raiding him? So here you see a set of storyboards. Our amazing cinematics team is hard at work on a movie that will play at the beginning of the intro. In it, you see Illidan Stormrage atop the Black Temple Terrace. He's surveying the scene below. The combined might of the Shatrath army and the champions of Azeroth, yeah, all of you, have arrived to raid the temple. But they've arrived too soon, sooner than he expected. You might say Illidan was not prepared. And so this moves up the timetable for your mission. You're going to invade a demon world, and there's a very specific purpose for it. So Illidan uses his immense fel energies, and he rips open a portal to this demon world called Mardoom. And you and your elite force of demon hunters jump through and begin your assault. Now, what is Mardoom? Well, it used to be a prison world for demons. Eons ago, when the Titan Sargeras was still good, he threw all the demons he came across onto this planet, imprisoning them there with an item that he'd crafted called the Sargerite Keystone. Now, when Sargeras turned evil, he shattered Mardoom into thousands of pieces. It was on one of these fragments that he entrusted the Sargerite Keystone to his most loyal demons. The Keystone is the objective of your mission. Who wants to take a look at Mardoom? Let's roll it. Some pretty epic stuff. So as you saw in that video, the Burning Legion isn't fooling around this time. They brought out their heavy hitters. More powerful versions that we've seen before, but also all new terrifying demons have been joined to the roster. Let's take a look at the brand new Burning Legion lineup. So it's not just, as if that wasn't enough, it's not just demons that the Burning Legion has in its arsenal now. They've added these immense constructs. Now these huge soul-infused buildings each serve a special purpose in the new Legion war machine. This is the side of the Burning Legion we haven't seen before today. So against all that, how are we going to be triumphant? Well, we're demon hunters, so we're going to kill a lot of demons. Let's talk a little bit about some of the gameplay that you're going to experience on Mardoom. For example, you're going to turn the Legion's devices against them. You'll use their immense gateways, power them up, and bring in your own Illidari armies to aid in your assault on Mardoom. You'll also do things like tap into their communication devices, listen in on what their leadership is doing, and turn that against them. For added fun, we've sprinkled Legion crystals around Mardoom. You interact with these devices for a short period of time. The cooldowns on some of your Demon Hunter abilities will be reduced to 0. Now, it's not just the gameplay that's really important on Mardoom. You're also, like the Death Knight hero class before you, going to gradually gain your abilities over time during the intro. However, unlike the Death Knight, the Demon Hunter is going to rip the abilities from the smoking corpses of the more powerful demons that you slay. I want to show you a short clip. It's an ability called I-Beam. In it, you're going to see the Demon Hunter do a backflip, change into demon form, and unleash a torrent of fell energy on the enemies in front of him. Let's take a look. That is literally my favorite Demon Hunter ability so far. Now, no hero class would be complete without its very own epic mount. Illidan Stormrage himself is going to create for you the Fell Saber and give you a short clip of what that looks like in-game. Yes. Okay, I don't want to spoil everything that happens on Mardoom, but suffice to say, we know how this turns out at the Black Temple. When you return to the Black Temple at the end of your mission, you and your Demon Hunters are taken prisoner by Maiev Shadowsong and the Champions of Azeroth, and you're imprisoned within the Vault of the Wardens, seemingly for all eternity. We'll get to the second half in a moment. Everything that I've talked to you about so far is playable here this weekend at BlizzCon. So over at the World of Warcraft booth in Hall B. But Mardoom is just the first half of the Demon Hunter intro. Let's talk about the second half briefly. Many years pass while you're imprisoned. Fast forward to the present. As Alex told us earlier, the Burning Legion has invaded and they've come in force. We're losing. The second half of the Demon Hunter intro takes place within the Vault of the Wardens, and when you break out, it's going to be up to you to save the world. Now, this part of the Demon Hunter intro will become available for play soon when we launch the beta. So what comes after the Demon Hunter intro? First thing you're going to do is join up with your faction. You're going to remain Illidari, but when you go to Stormwind or Orgrimmar, you're going to find their leadership in desperate need of your help. Who better to lead the vanguard and take the fight to the Burning Legion than a Demon Hunter? After that, you're going to return to Mardoom, and there you're going to establish your class Order Hall. Now, the Order Hall is a place where all Demon Hunters can congregate with you in charge. And last but not least, you're going to quest for your very own artifact-level Warglaives. I'd like to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today about the Demon Hunter intro. And without further ado, here are Gary and Julian. They're going to take you through the amazing new lands of the Broken Isles. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jules. I'm one of the lead game designers on World of Warcraft. With me today is Gary, lead environment artist for WoW, and we're going to take you on a tour of the Broken Isles. And we've got an insane amount of stuff to get through today, so I'm going to dive right into it. So our quest to defeat the Burning Legion is going to see us scouring the continent of the Broken Isles in search of ancient Titan relics known as the Pillars of Creation. Now, the Titans used these relics to shape Azeroth into its first form. And it's only with these relics, the aid of our new Demon Hunter allies, and the powerful artifacts that you'll acquire, that we have any kind of shot at closing down the massive demon portal deep within the Tomb of Sargeras. But before we get to the zones, I want to take a quick look back at some of the history of the Broken Isles. So around 10,000 years ago, at the height of the ancient Night Elven Empire, the lands of the Broken Isles was just a very tiny part of a vast region of Azeroth that was once known as Suramar. Now, with the planet-shattering events of the Sundering, the region of Suramar was utterly devastated. And what remains is just a tiny fraction of the once great Elven Empire that dominated these lands and so much more. And the Broken Isles exist today as a scarred and fractured landmass. It's divided into 6 distinct areas: Val'sharar, Stormheim, Azuna, High Mountain, Suramar, and Thaldranath. Alrighty, let's take a look at our first zone, Val'sharar. So look at one of our key concept pieces for the zone. Now, Val'sharar is a beautiful, densely forested druidic paradise, but there's also a darkness creeping into Val'sharar. The Emerald Nightmare is here, and it's begun to consume massive parts of the zone. Here's a look at the in-game map for the zone. You can see it represents a significant portion of the west coast of the Broken Isles. And so Val'sharar has been the hidden and somewhat forgotten heart of Druidism on Azeroth for many generations. It's here that Malfurion first met the demigod Cenarius and was trained as a druid. And it's here that will help Malfurion to track the source of the nightmare as it begins to corrupt so much of this beautiful land. Which leads me to Shaladrasil, a once glorious world tree at the heart of the forest that served as a gateway to the Emerald Dream. Shaladrasil has now become a twisted and tainted, monstrous distortion of its former awesome grandeur. Another important landmark within Val'sharar is the haunted ancient Night Elven fortress of Blackrook Hold. And if you know a little bit about the history of the time period of the War of the Ancients, you'll know that Blackrook played a pivotal role in the first war with the Legion. And coming into Val'sharar, you're going to be meeting up with some of the most revered and ancient Archdruids of Azeroth. Now, the guy on screen you see here is the Archdruid Elethir. He's a Grand Master Treant Druid and one of the 3 key Archdruids that you'll adventure with in Val'sharar. Now, the Nightmare Lord, Xavius, has sent his Satyr legions flooding into Val'sharar. And this is just a glimpse at 2 of the new Satyr types that you'll find within the zone. This is some concept work for the Nightmare Dragons. Now, Nightmare Dragons were all once green dragons, guardians and protectors of the Emerald Dream that are now fully corrupted by the Nightmare. And here's a look at some of their in-game models. But Val'sharar, as a zone, has a very druid-centric theme. And you're going to be running into a lot of native druids that live within Val'sharar. And so we've got all new awesome skins and models for creatures like keepers, dryads, hippogriffs, and of course, these guys. So I know this is going to make some of the druids happy out there. The new Moonkin models are really cool. They're super faithful to the old original you can see on the left there. But they've got a ton of character detail. They're really expressive. But I know there's a druid form that's universal to all druids that's been in need of a little sprucing up, we'll say. So here's a look at your all-new sea lion swim form. So now I'm going to hand you off to Gary, and he's going to take you on a deeper look inside the world of Val'sharah.
Thanks, Jules. My name is Gary, and I'm going to talk to you about the process that we all went through to create the world of Legion. I'm going to show you a lot of concept art, and I even have some video of our latest versions of every zone. So let's continue where Jules left off with Val'sharah. So this is meant to be a druidic paradise. So in order to make this, we wanted to create a true fantasy forest. So every time we start a new zone, we create a concept to try to illustrate that vision. And this was that concept. This piece is our foundation piece. From here, lots of people can do a lot of work from this concept because this gives us our palette, it gives us our shape, and it even gives us our mood. So from here, we can start to build the zone. And we can start to build these druid structures. Because all the structures in Val'sharah are almost indistinguishable from trees, so it was really important that the art team and the design team work really close together to create this druid world. Another pretty substantial part of Val'sharah is this. This is an early concept of Blackrook Hold, carved from the very rock with a small town that lives in its shadow. So like every good story, Val'sharah has a cool twist. And in this case, the twist is the nightmare. So we all had a lot of fun trying to illustrate what the heck the nightmare was going to be, how it was going to look. Was it going to move through the forest like a fire? Was it going to be like a big force field? We knew we wanted it to appear evil. We knew we wanted it to look dangerous. And we knew we wanted it to affect everything it touches. Another big challenge was this, the World Tree Shaladroso. This was a giant tree that we had to see from almost an entire zone away, but still keep that unique feel of the nightmare that we were still trying to work on. So let's take a look at a video of our latest version of this zone.
Alrighty, Stormheim. So this is one of our key inspiration pieces for Stormheim here. Now Stormheim has this rugged natural beauty to the highlands and the deep ravines, but the lands itself is a super dangerous and treacherous land. And it's that treacherous nature of the landscape itself that really closely embodies the spirit of the Vrykul that call this place home. Here's a look at the in-game map for Stormheim. Now, this is on the other side of the continent, and it represents a good portion of the east coast of the Broken Isles. And after an awesome intro scenario that both factions take part in simultaneously, we're going to come into Stormheim and pick up on the story of the Vrykul that left Northrend thousands of years ago, well before the events of Wrath of the Lich King. And they came here in search of their true gods. We're going to compete against the Vrykul God King as he seeks to gain access to the halls of valor. We're going to dig deep into the origins of the Kavaldir and the Valkyr. And we're also going to gain access to Helheim and the halls of valor. Easily two of the best dungeons we have ever done. And Ian's going to take us through those in a bit of detail a little later on. Now, there's a range of new Vrykul to meet throughout Stormheim. We refer to these guys as the Mystic Vrykul. Now, these guys are religious zealots and masters of rune magics. And as I mentioned, we're going to take a deep look at the Valkyr. And there's a number of different Valkyr to meet here. The one you see on screen here is one of the new Ascendant Valkyr models that you're going to meet within the Halls of Valor. Now, this is some concept work for the Vrykul God King, Skovold. And here's a look at his in-game model. Now, you can see Skovold's a brutal warrior king, and he's been juiced up by his newfound Legion allies. And you're going to cross paths with this guy several times. And now, we're also going to introduce you to a fledgling new dragon flight known as the Storm Dragons. And the Storm Dragons make their lairs and their homes within the mountain peaks of both Stormheim and Surumar. And I'm going to hand you back to Gary. We're going to take a look at some of the details of Stormheim.
Cool. Thanks, Jules. So since the Vrykul are the main inhabitants of Stormheim, we wanted the zone to feel edgy and bold and sort of larger than life. After all, this is a stronghold of the Vrykul, so we wanted it to feel big and have that strength of the Vrykul. So we created this concept. So this is another one of our foundation pieces. From this piece, our guys can start to work on the zone. Look at these great fall colors and the big edginess of the cliffs. This is a piece that we can use to start to build the zone. We can even start to explore these different colors with our different pine trees and different yellows and our silhouettes. This piece was our piece that we used to do our environment, so we could see the relationship between our yellow trees and our interesting pines. From here, we could create the established buildings of the Vrykul. So here, these are established structures. These aren't the camps that we've seen with the Vrykul before. This is permanent structures. After all, this is a very sacred land for the Vrykul, full of ancient ruins and lots of mystery. So here's a video of our latest version of this zone.
Okay, Azuna. So this concept piece for Azuna that you're looking at here was actually one of the very first concept pieces that was done for the Broken Isles as a whole. And in this early phase, we're trying to capture the look of the massive ancient devastation that was caused by the Sundering that had such a dramatic effect on the Broken Isles as a whole. But for Azuna specifically, we're trying to capture this element, for the interior at least, that it's a serene island paradise. But the reality is, once you start exploring the ruins of Azuna, it's now a cursed and haunted land. Just look at the game map for Azuna. Now it's all the way down under in the southwestern point. It's not Australia. And so, much of the devastation of Azuna actually occurred prior to the Sundering. The Elven civilization here was annihilated by Queen Ashara herself in a single colossal display of power. And this is the mystery of the zone of Azuna, why she killed and cursed thousands of her own people.
Jules, wait, before you move on, can you go back one? I'm sorry. Just go.
How rude.
Just one more, really quick. This is fast, but it's worth it. Okay, this screenshot is awesome. You didn't do anything special to get this screenshot, did you? Just like we're in-game, I imagine. So a screenshot like this would have been impossible just months ago. In this expansion, you can see up to 3 times as far than you could before. It's awesome. This adds a whole new level to working on the game. So I'm super sorry, but it's pretty significant. I thought it was a really cool tech thing that really just makes this expansion one of the best we've ever done.
No, it's sorry. An awesome point. Some of the new rendering tech for our far clip and LOD stuff is awesome. Opens up a ton of new like macro compositional abilities that we've never had access to before. So it's really good stuff. It's a good point. So in Azuna, we're also going to be meeting up with the small dying remnants of the blue dragon flight. And Azuna's rich in arcane energies. And the blue flight have found a refuge here among some of the raw play energies that pull and pocket certain parts of Azuna. Now, Azuna is also home to a large independent landmass known as the Warden's Isle. And the Warden's Isle is also home to the Vault of the Wardens that Eric briefly mentioned as being a part of the Demon Hunter intro experience. And so, as I mentioned, the land and its people to this day still suffer under a terrible curse. And as you explore the vast elven ruins that litter the landscape of Azuna, you're certainly going to run into some of these guys. Now, this is a creature we refer to as the Spectre. And if you've explored elven ruins throughout Azeroth, and particularly Kalimdor, you would have no doubt ran into a Banshee or two in your time, I'm sure. This is actually the male counterpart to the Banshee, sometimes internally referred to as the Manchi, but his real name's Spectre, but everyone just calls him Manchi. Now, in the present timeline, Queen Ashara has sent an elite Naga force here to recover a very important relic. And the concept you see on screen here is for a new Naga brute. Now, these guys and girls are huge, hulking monstrosities, many times larger than the Naga that you may be familiar with. But those same Naga have all received all new models, all new high-res models. New skins, new weapons, new armor, the whole bit. They look awesome in-game. Now, Ashara has also allied herself with a local sea giant kingdom. And the sea giants in Azuna are here in greater numbers, found like nowhere else on Azeroth. And here's a look at just a couple of their in-game models. And you can see the guy in the back left there has like the bulk of a galleon just as a shoulder piece, so it gives you some idea of the scale of these guys. They're pretty damn big. Now, this pretty lady is a creature we refer to as the Wrath of Ashara, and that the image doesn't really do her scale without any justice, without any context here, but she is gigantic. She's truly massive. And last but not least, here's some concept work for the Warden Warriors and their Owl Companions. And you're going to find them throughout the Warden's Isle and scattered throughout the Broken Isles in a few small enclaves and holdouts. So now let's take a look at some of the details of Azuna.
Cool. Thanks, Jules. So like all of the zones, Azuna is one of my favorites, just like all of them. So I have to tell you, we went through a lot of iteration when we started working on Azuna. And it wasn't until we came upon a new theme, which was a Greek Isle theme. That's when we created this concept. Again, this is another foundation piece. With this, we had our stylized olive trees and our nice cypress and the blue sky and big white clouds that we could put along the horizon. With a piece like this, we can start to build the zone and start to make iterations on other POIs, like this haunted forest, or we can see below the warm and cool variants for the zone. But the biggest iteration to happen had to be with the ancient Night Elf architecture. Now, we've seen some of these columns and platforms before in the game, but never really more than that. So we really had to expand this kit. So we started to add these wavy Art Nouveau lines and lattice patterns to domes and bigger shapes. We really love this concept. And from here, we created this piece. Now, this is not really a concept. This is a style guide. Lots of people on the team can use this. This gives us a guide for creating anything that the ancient night elves would need. If you think about it, we have over 80 artists and over 60 designers. A piece like this is super important to keep everything looking as though one guy did it. All right, so let's take a quick look at a video of the latest version of Azuna.
Okay, High Mountain. So the High Mountain mountain peak that you see on screen here is easily one of the single largest mountain peaks on all of Azeroth. And the high mountain range that surrounds this massive mountain is full of untamed wilds, deep canyons, fertile valleys. It goes all the way up to icy peaks. Here's a look at the in-game map for High Mountain, and you can see it's kind of central to the continent and all the way in the far north. And the peaks and valleys of the High Mountain range have been the domain of 3 ancient Tauren clans for millennia. And the clans that live here are actually the direct descendants of the Tauren that fought in the War of the Ancients. And united for many years, the 3 clans, Rivermane, Skyhorn, and Blood Totem, have lived in peace for the last several generations, until very recently, when the cave-dwelling Drogbar have risen up and stolen their most sacred artifact. Now this has fractured the unity of the Tauren clans, and the Drogbar have seized this opportunity to strike at the Tauren in an attempt to claim all the Tauren territories for themselves and rule all of High Mountain. So the Drogbar, they're a cave-dwelling culture that were once enslaved to the great dragon aspect Neltharion. They're a shamanistic race with great elemental control over earth magics. And their strong, brutish appearance can kind of hide their cleverness and their deep attunement to the land. And you're going to meet a wide variety of Drogbar throughout High Mountain. Now this is a look at one of the Drogbar chieftain. You're going to cross paths with this guy several times, and ultimately I think you're going to come into contact with him in a dungeon in Neltharion's lair. Now this is another type of Drogbar. Now these guys are a little bit more diminutive, a little bit smaller than their bigger, burlier brothers and sisters. But they're no less dangerous. These guys in particular are skillful shamanistic warriors. And the High Mountain range is infested with all sorts of territorial creatures, like these brand new alpine harpies here. And the creatures that you find in High Mountain, like these harpies and the Etten, they're going to be significantly larger and more aggressive than the cousins of these types of creatures that you may have found elsewhere on Azeroth. But High Mountain is also rich with wild natural beauty, where all manner of beautiful creatures graze the fields, like these awesome moose here, cousin to the High Mountain Tauren, and they're cute little babies. Or calves, I should say. And here's a look at the High Mountain Tauren themselves. Now you can obviously see their most distinctive feature are these antler-like horns that they sport. Now both the males and the females have them. The females are a little bit more petite. They have a range of different horns. And if you take a look at the male here, you can see that his horns, his antlers, are inscribed and decorated. And they do this to define and designate a particular clan affiliation, or even the rank within a particular clan. Now let's take a look at some of the awesomeness of High Mountain.
Awesome. Thanks, Jules. All right, let's talk about High Mountain. Absolutely one of my favorite zones. Absolutely, that's the truth. So when we started working on High Mountain, we were greatly influenced by the Swiss Alps and Yosemite, but not just for the zone itself, but for the Tauren as well, because we wanted to advance the Tauren culture, but not too much that became unrecognizable from their traditional tribal look that we really all love. So we also wanted to do a traditional pine forest, but we didn't want it to be so typical. So we explored some different shapes with their canopy and their unique, silhouettes for their trunk. And we came up with this piece. This piece became our foundation. From here, we could start to build pieces that would go along with the zone. We have our trees, we have our sky. We could even think about how to incorporate other creatures into the zone. Look at these great concepts for the Tauren. This was awesome. Working on this zone, someone said that this working here was like the best harmony they felt between the design team and the art team, much like the harmony between the Tauren themselves, and we thought that was really cool. It was really fun working on this zone. Some zones, just everything comes together, and it did with High Mountain. So let's take a look at a really cool video that showcases our latest version of High Mountain.
Okay, Suramar. So our mission to fight and defeat the Burning Legion will ultimately lead us all here to Suramar. And while the lands of the Suramar zone were hit pretty hard in the Sundering, the capital city of ancient Suramar itself stands not only intact, but remains a thriving elven metropolis. Now here's a look at the in-game map for Suramar. Now it's central to the continent and it connects to all the zones of the Broken Isles. All but one, in fact. And you might notice there's a pretty massive city down there in the southeast. And while the lands of Suramar were hammered by the Sundering, the city itself was protected and saved by a defensive spell cast by the combined might of the city's most powerful mages. And to do this, they harnessed the power of a pure arcane well within the Grand Palace of Suramar. And they were able to create a massive shield dome that protected the city and stayed in place for 10,000 years. And they kept it up for 10,000 years because they believed that the outside world was completely obliterated. And what remained out there was just overrun with demons. And so the elves within Suramar City became dependent on the energies of the well and are now completely reliant on it as a source of living energy. And the well itself has now become an abused and corrupted power source that's now known as the Night Well. And the Night Well shrouds the city of Suramar in perpetual darkness. Now the elves within Suramar City are no longer true night elves. They've evolved into a unique elven species, now known as the Nightborn. And given little choice, the Nightborn leader, Elisande, has now brought down the shield, forged a pact with Gul'dan, and opened the gates of Suramar City to the Legion. Now the concepts you see on screen here are some early concept work for the Nightborn elves. Now they're regal and highly intelligent and master arcanists, able to conjure all manner of weaponry and armor at will. Now this is just an early sneak peek at some of the Nightborn elves in game. This is an array of the males. Here's a look at some of the females, and you can see even in their clothing some of the conjured elements of their abilities. Now, within Nightborn society, crimes are punished by exile from the city. And exile's never a good thing for anyone, but for a Nightborn elf, it's particularly terrifying. Cut off from the city and the nourishment of the night well, they suffer this terrible physical withdrawal. And the concept images that you see on screen here are for a faction that exists outside the city, known as Nightfallen. And here's a look at some of the Nightfallen characters that you'll meet in the Suramar zone. And now, if a Nightfallen is unable to acquire any form of arcane sustenance, they regress even further to a state known as withered. And once a Nightfallen becomes withered, there's no going back. They become truly bestial creatures. And you're going to find the ravenous withered lurking all throughout the dark places of Suramar. Alrighty, let's take a look at what we got for Suramar.
All right, so real quick, right away with Suramar, we wanted everything to be unique about this zone, right down to the trees and the plants and the buildings. So we came up with a style of doing these sweeping, arcing shapes, just like the Art Nouveau style that you were seeing on the ancient Night Elf buildings. So take a look at these cool colors. You have these magentas, these oranges, yellows, these pale blues. We took all those colors and threw them into these two concepts. These two pieces were our foundation pieces for this zone. Crazy, wonderful colors we have here. This is amazing, and we all loved this look. So with ancient Night Elves, you have to remember that with current Night Elves are druidic. These ancient Night Elves are arcane-based, and all of the magics and all the wonder of their empire is lost in an instant. So, you know, I want to talk about one thing really quick about what Jules said about the size and the scale of Suramar City. This is one of the most ambitious projects that this team has ever done, all right? We're talking about an entirely playable Night Elf metropolis where you can explore every inch of this huge city. So we're all really proud and really happy with what we've done with Suramar, but the zone is still a work in progress. As a matter of fact, if we weren't here at BlizzCon, we'd be at work right now playing Overwatch and working on Suramar. We'd be playing Overwatch, and then we'd be right back to working on Suramar. So we want to show you everything, but it is still a work in progress, so I'm going to show you what we have. So here's the latest version of Suramar. Okay, real quick, you notice there's one more zone we haven't talked about, Thaldranath. Well, we are still working on that zone, and it will be coming soon, much like we did with Tanan Jungle. All right, moving along. This is what you've all been waiting for. So here to tell you everything about Legion, and I mean everything, is our own beloved Ian Hassakostas.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Jules. All right, so that was the world of the Broken Isles. So much to get through. We're going to talk about dungeons and raids. But before we get to dungeons and raids, I want to talk a little bit about the gameplay and the systems of the Broken Isles themselves. So as you went on this amazing tour of the world, you saw all the magical places you'll be visiting, the lands you'll be exploring. But one thing that was notably absent from what Gary and Julian talked about was the order you'll be tackling these zones in, right? Where do you start? Where do you end? Over the years, over the course of a lot of our past expansions, we've taken a few different approaches to how we flow players through the zones. Sometimes we've had a single starting zone, like Jade Forest and Pandaria. Other times we've had choices, like Vashir or Mount Hyjal. Other times, like in Warlords, it's been a faction thing, where Horde started in Frostfire, Alliance started in Shadowmoon. So as we started thinking about and talking about the Broken Isles, we figured, all right, you're going to start out in the city of Dalaran, which is kind of your flying fortress, your base from which you mount your assault on the Legion, and then you'll work your way clockwise around the zone, culminating in Suramar, maybe getting 2.5 levels each step of the way. So you'll probably hit 110, kind of late in High Mountain, maybe Suramar. But while we were doing that, we started building the expansion with this in mind in this direction. while we were doing that, we were, of course, continuing to work on warlords and to see how some of our warlord systems were playing out. We were learning a lot more about how to make content in combat that scales. So in our raids, we have flexible raiding from 10 to 30 players. We have time walking that we introduced in patch 6.2, where we allow players to run old content regardless of their current power level. Even the Proving Grounds now actually use a model where the things you're fighting scale up to match your gear level. And so we were looking at how that was playing out and started talking on our end, well, what would it look like if we extended that tech? What would it look like if we extended that approach to the world as a whole rather than just instances? What does that mean potentially for the Broken Isles? Well, what if instead of starting in Azuna and working your way counterclockwise, if you wanted, you could do this? Or what if you wanted to do this? Or what if you wanted to do this? In a world where the zones scale, all of these things are possible. Wouldn't that be cool? So, in the Broken Isles, exactly. It would be cool. That is the answer. In the Broken Isles, there are going to be 4 level-up zones that all scale flexibly. So if you want to start in Azuna, or Stormheim, or Val'sharah, or High Mountain, you can choose the path you want to take through the Broken Isles. You can explore the world as you choose. You can carve your own path to victory and to the defeat of the Burning Legion. Now, regardless, your objective in each of these zones is to recover, to acquire the Titan relic from that zone known as the Pillar of Creation that is needed to seal up the Tomb of Sargeras, to stop the Legion invasion of our world. And so it doesn't matter which zone you start in, you're going to have to go to all 4. If I were better at art, this slide would actually be like a Mega Man mock-up with the 4 zones in the corners and Gul'dan in the middle instead of Dr. Wily. But that's basically how you can see approaching the expansion, right? You start in one level, move on to the next. Eventually, all roads still do lead to Suramar. Suramar is a fixed level, max level 110 zone. The entire zone exists for players who have already been to the other 4 zones, who have reached the maximum level of 110, and that is where your journey will come to its conclusion, at least for now. One of the great things the flexibility also does is it makes it much easier to play with your friends. It removes the barrier of level to just jumping in and questing in the outdoor world. Let's say the expansion comes out, you've hit up Azuna and Stormheim, you're maybe level 105, 106. Your friend has gone to High Mountain, they're only level 102. You both log on, you'd like to quest together. Today that's impossible. But in Legion, you could both go to, let's say, Val'sharah, to which neither of you had previously been, adventure alongside each other, have a great time playing all new content, and it would all just work. So one question you're probably asking, well, how? How does this work? So a couple of key details. First off, we are not scaling you down. We're not nerfing you. As you walk around, your stats aren't going to suddenly be depressed to match the level of the zone that you're in. We're scaling the world around you. This is seamlessly integrated into the UI, into the feel of combat. If it takes you, 12 or 15 seconds as a level 102 player to kill a level 102 boar, it would probably take you the exact same amount of time, give or take, as a level 106 player to kill that boar. So it should all just work. Our goal here is for someone who isn't at BlizzCon, who isn't, following along with the latest news about the game, reading the patch notes, they're just excited to play a new WoW expansion, they should be able to buy the game, hop in and go questing, and not even necessarily know that anything is different. It should just feel like the WoW questing experience you're used to, except with a whole lot more freedom. Now, of course, the itemization in the zones as we do this is going to follow suit. So if you're level 102, you'll be getting appropriate quest rewards for your level. Same if you're 107. Don't worry, the scaling doesn't go all the way to max level, so you're not going to be incentivized to skip all the quests and come back and do them at max level. Just play the game. It'll be fine. And then, of course, alongside all of this, your artifact is something that is continually growing in power, and that is keeping you ahead of the power curve. So you will be stronger at 108 than you were at 102, thanks to your artifact, which is, of course, the key to success against the Legion. And throughout, in the individual zones, there are still going to be some max-level only creatures to keep you on your toes, the equivalent of the Fell Reaver wandering around, or that really scary demon base that doesn't scale, that you're going to need to wait to come back at max level to tackle. So that is level up in the Broken Isles. Now, what about endgame? what happens once you hit max level? How are you going to be making use of this space? Now, again, over the years, over the course of expansions, we've had a lot of different approaches we've taken to this system, to this problem, to this type of content. So for those of you who played back in Wrath of the Lich King, you're probably very familiar with this fellow. You probably spent quite a number of days doing his bidding. You did that so that you could buy this stuff, and you wouldn't walk around with unenchanted shoulders, and that was kind of important. And then once you were done, once you hit Revered or Exalted, whatever your goal was, you probably didn't go back and do these dailies anymore. Mists of Pandaria. If you did dailies in Mists, Lao Softfoot got stuck in this cage on a pretty regular basis. You might have rescued this exact guy from this exact cage dozens of times. You did it as part of a sprawling network of daily quest content that told in advanced stories. That's what we did in Mists. And more recently in Warlords, of course, you have your command table choice on a daily basis, deciding where you want to go. It's not necessarily a single quest that's given to you, but you get to choose your path, whether you want to go to one place or another, and there are various ways of completing those objectives. So that brings us to Legion. Our core goal for Legion outdoor endgame gameplay is to deliver the best of both worlds, taking the best of Warlords and Mists. We want to keep the player freedom, the ability that we had in Warlords to choose where you wanted to go, to choose how you wanted to complete your objective on a given day. We also wanted to keep that free-form gameplay in certain areas where you could, again, take multiple routes to success, multiple routes to completing your objective, but we wanted to imbue it with that sense of purpose and storytelling that we had in Mists of Pandaria, where there was a clear reason for your actions, there was a clear point to what you were doing, what you were accomplishing, the enemies you were defeating, the allies you were making, the bonds you were forging with those allies. All of these things serve to advance the story once you hit max level, and that's something that's essential for us to do a better job with. Now, while we want freedom and flexibility, we also want some sense of structure so that you have some idea where to begin, where to end, what you probably should be doing. But we want to deliver that sense of structure without the sense of compulsion that sometimes came along with missed dailies, where it could feel like if you missed a single day, you were falling behind, and you felt obligated to log in, even if that's not really what you were looking forward to doing that evening. Finally, one new thing that never could have been a bullet point before today is that because the Broken Isles are flexible, we can make use of the entire continent of the Broken Isles for endgame outdoor gameplay. We don't need to limit you to a little small section of a zone, like the way in Valley of the Four Winds in Pandaria, there was the Hosen Plateau, and that was pretty much the only max level place in that entire zone. The rest of it was largely dead to you, well, except for the farm, once you hit max level. This time around, we can make use of all of it. So bringing all that together, what does that mean? So what we want to do in Legion is have a system of outdoor world quests, constantly ongoing, constantly shuffling, so that every time you log in, your map is littered with various objectives, various types of gameplay, varied reasons, varied rewards, and you can choose what you want to do, which zone you want to go to, how you want to approach tackling the outdoor world. So each one of these icons that you see on the map represents a world quest, an objective that you can just go to. There isn't necessarily a daily quest giver giving it to you, and there's a reward that's plainly visible there. These will be around for some period of time. They will vary wildly from, maybe just a few hours for a simple objective like this that gives you artifact power, and you're not really going to miss it if it's gone, to an entire week for something that is rare or more epic in terms of its reward. We want to get away from a strict daily schedule and more an organic sense where you can come and go, and there's always going to be something new and exciting waiting for you when you log in. So let's talk a little bit more about this. So really the hallmark of the system as we see it is variety. We want to overwhelm you with choices. We want to overwhelm you with options. A way of looking at this is actually kind of like the garrison missions that your followers get to do in Warlords, you as a player get to do in Legion. You can log in, see this incredible list of things, decide what rewards you value, what content you want to tackle. And this is a wrapper that really we can use to cover virtually everything we're doing in the outdoor world in Legion. So a lot of these are going to be tied to specific factions, the reputations that you've met as you adventured through the world, whether you're aiding your Nightfallen allies in Suramar, or the High Mountain Tauren, or other factions. It also lets us do types of gameplay like, for example, PvP objectives. Maybe if you're a Horde player, some of these objectives will be Alliance-held towers that you can assault, where you have the quest of killing a few NPCs there. Of course, going there is going to flag you for PvP, so it's up to you if you want to, do that or not. Your call. Similarly, our existing world raid bosses can be actually just wrapped into this system as something that comes along, sticks around for 7 days, and gives you an awesome epic reward to then be replaced by something else as they all cycle through. Professions. Gatherers, if you are a miner, if you're an herbalist, you might have access to unique outdoor objectives that are specific to your gathering skill that let you interact with the world in a way that others can't. And finally, this wrapper gives us a chance to bring back some of that fun minigame gameplay. If you think back to Gnome Obliteration, rolling around crushing thousands of gnomes in Uldum, or Roll Club, basically a lot of things that involve rolling. That was the rolling down the Great Wall in Vale. All of those can be free-form adventures, free-form objectives that you're going to stumble into and experience. So what's the structure for these? How is this actually going to work from a player experience perspective? So, of course, there's this map of objectives. And that map, by the way, we want to have consistent for the entire region. So the entirety of North America would basically have the same objectives. You're not server hopping, trying to find the ones that you want. But you can always play with your friends on other servers because you all have the same goals. Now, what we see here is your class order hall. This is the Paladin class order hall, where on a regular basis, emissaries of the different factions of the Broken Isles will come to visit you to request your assistance, because they are in need of your assistance as one of the great champions of the world. And when you accept their quest, they're asking you to go out and do a few objectives on behalf of their faction. Now, the Valkyria emissary from Stromheim, for example, may ask you to do 5 Valkyria-related objectives, but actually there's probably going to be 10 or even a dozen options. So you can look at the map, pick the types of gameplay, pick the types of rewards that you like the most, and pick those for how you're going to satisfy her request. Now, also, you might notice the quest markers over their heads are not blue, they're gold. That's because these aren't strictly daily quests. These emissaries will come by your order hall, but they'll stick around for a few days. So if you haven't attended to them, eventually they will kind of get bored or frustrated and wander off. But if you haven't logged in a couple of days, you'll have a few more of them waiting for you. You can think of them more the way quests work in a game like Hearthstone or Heroes, where even if you don't log in every day, there's still going to be something there waiting for you next time you log in. It's that freedom without the sense of pressure or obligation. All right, so we're going to talk a lot more about outdoor endgame in the future, but I just wanted to kind of lay out what we're thinking so far, and can't wait to share more of that with you. Now, onward to raids and dungeons. So first, I'm going to walk everybody through some of the actual instances, some of the actual content, and then we have a little systems thing to talk about at the end, but we'll get to that in a minute. So raids first. So we have 2 raid zones that we're going to be launching Legion with, the Emerald Nightmare and the Grand Palace of Suramar. So the first raid zone, accessible a few weeks after launch. I think we're going to go with the same system and the same overall structure we used for Warlords. I thought that pacing worked pretty well. You didn't feel obligated to rush to max level, but the raids were there when you were ready for them. So the first raid is the Emerald Nightmare. This is a 7-boss raid in Val'Sharah. And this is the Emerald Dream. At long last, players get to venture into the Emerald Dream, see what has become of it. Seriously. So the Emerald Dream is, in its origins, it's actually the blueprint for all life on Azeroth in a sense. It's this verdant paradise, this parallel world that mirrors Azeroth, unspoiled. Well, unspoiled for a while, until it fell into nightmare and was corrupted at the hands of Xavius. And that's where you're going. That's the place into which you are headed. You'll get there by actually climbing the world tree Shaladrasil in the zone of Val'Sharah, crossing over from our reality into the reality of the dream, and doing what you can to root out corruption there. So let's look at some of the enemies that you'll be encountering. So first off, one of the really sad things from an encounter design perspective about Draenor was that, according to the lore, there are no dragons in Draenor. We had to go in a year and a half, an entire expansion, without any dragons to fight. That is a tragedy. So, of course, what should we make the very first raid boss of the new expansion? Dragon. So what you see in front of you is the Pestilence Worm. This is the first boss of the Nightmare Raid. Once in life, a green dragon curled around the tree, guarding and defending the dream. It was now kind of a ground zero for the corruption and has completely turned from a dragon of life into one of death and decay. So, this is basically just corruption and plague dripping from the bones of this dragon. Really cool encounter. Next, Cenarius. Slight spoilers. So Cenarius, as demigod, mentor of Malfurion, one of the most powerful druidic figures out there, as close as he is to the Nightmare, that makes him equally prone to its corruption and equally vulnerable. So whether he dies or not, that's something we'll have to see, but you will be facing him as a raid boss in the Emerald Nightmare. Finally, Xavius. Now, when he manifests himself in our world, Xavius looks like a satyr. But in the Nightmare, this is his domain. We play by his rules. He takes on any form he chooses, and he is grossly misshapen, grotesque, and he awaits at the deepest, darkest heart of the Nightmare when you make it there. So that's going to be the first raid zone. Second, actually, let's watch a video. So yeah, if you look at that video, you might have noticed a couple of familiar locations. Remember, the dream is a parallel of Azeroth, and so the Nightmare, so too, is it a parallel. Next from there, later on, we'll be moving on to the Palace of Suramar. This is a 10-boss raid that is Gul'dan's base of operations, where the Legion are in league with, as Julian mentioned earlier, the Nightborn of Suramar. This is where what will be the final pillar of creation, the Eye of Aman'Thul, has been used to power and infuse the Nightwell with energy that drives the Nightborn civilization, and we need to go and retrieve it if we want to have any hope of success. Now, though this is Gul'dan's base of operations, this isn't a dark demon raid. This is a majestic elven city. This is the height of elven civilization. And so it's actually a really exciting zone for us to build and a very new type of environment for us to set a raid in. So the way we start as we're building a raid, we start initially with a 2D layout like this that has a rough framework of where the bosses are going to be arrayed, what the rooms are going to look like, what the flow through each floor is going to be. This is a cross-section of the middle floor of the Palace of Suramar. So we take that alongside with some concept art. This was a piece that was originally shown at Gamescom that shows that exact same courtyard. And our dungeon artists begin to sort of execute putting the two together. And one of the great things about the palace is that this is an open, sprawling space with an astronomer's observatory, with botanical gardens, with guest quarters. It's a functional space that once stood as a monument to a civilization at really the heights of Azeroth. But now it's in the hands of a deep corruption and deep darkness. We need to go to root out some of the Legion that are in there, but also the Nightborn that have betrayed their own people. So let's look at some of the enemies. You're going to be fighting a Dreadlord Ambassador. This is one of the most powerful Dreadlords in the Legion, who is on hand to make sure that everything goes according to plan, that Gul'dan doesn't fail the Legion again, and that the uneasy allies they have in the Nightborn do not disappoint them. And the Grand Magistrix of the Nightborn herself, who has basically power over time given to her by the Eye of Aman'Thul and the Nightwell. She is one of the most powerful mages in existence, and she's going to stand in our way before we can get to Gul'dan, who will be the final boss of this raid. So it's a little bit about our raids. Now let's dive into dungeons. So you've heard me say before that dungeons are at the heart of the Legion expansion in a way that I think dungeons have been at the heart of no other previous expansion. We have 10 dungeons coming for you in Legion. So first off, let's go over a quick look at the level up dungeons that you're going to be experiencing. And then we'll take a closer look at a few of them and then talk about some other stuff. So level up dungeons. The Eye of Ashara is in Azuna. This is the place where you'll continue and finish up the storyline of that zone. Neltharion's Lair in High Mountain was once the cavern home of the dragon Deathwing, before he was Deathwing, when he was an Eltharion. It's now hollowed out, and this has become the capital of the Drogbar civilization, and you're going to have to go in there at the conclusion of the Zone storyline to retrieve the Pillar of Creation from the Drogbar's hands. Halls of Valor and Darkheart Thicket I'll be talking about more in a second. Violet Hold, of course, Violet Hold is in Dalaran. As Dalaran moves, always going to be some shenanigans, always going to be some things afoot in Violet Hold. Somewhere along the way, it's not available right as you level up, but there'll be something that happens in the city that's going to require you to go in here. Now, something you've noticed as I've talked about these dungeons is we really want to integrate them into the storyline of the zones more than we have recently. They're not just complementing the zone or giving you, a look at a different aspect of the zone's ecology. Instead, many of our zone quest lines directly culminate in dungeon experiences. We want the dungeon to feel meaningful and every bit as part of the zone as the quest you're doing outside. Oh, and of course, since the world as a whole is flexible and nonlinear, the dungeons also can be done in any order as you level up, depending on what zones you choose. So at max level, we have 5 more dungeons that you'll have access to once you hit 110. So in Azuna, you'll be able to return to the Vault of the Wardens, which Eric mentioned earlier as part of the Demon Hunter start experience. Demon Hunters escape from the vault as it comes under attack by the Legion and falls into ruin. You're going to need to go back there at max level to uncover the secrets of why the Legion was attacking in the first place, and what Gul'dan was up to, and why in the world he wanted Illidan's body. Blackrock Hold is a keep overshadowing Suramar. We'll be looking at that in a second, as well as Helheim. And then we have 2 dungeons in the zone of Suramar, actually in the city of Suramar itself. The Noble District is actually an outdoor dungeon set in the city of Suramar, where you're infiltrating the home of one of the most powerful noblemen in Suramar as he plays host to a party for many of the most powerful Nightborn and even the Grand Magistrix herself. This may be a rare opportunity to strike at the Grand Magistrix, and it's not something you can pass up. We're looking to create some gameplay in this dungeon that's very different from anything we've done, actually probably ever, in World of Warcraft. Suramar catacombs beneath the city, and in fact, these catacombs stretch beneath the entire zone. So the zone is riddled with this network of underground tunnels and interconnections, and we're going to need to go down in here to find an entrance to the palace. Even a little bit of a mini attunement, you might say. It's basically the only way, because of course you can't go in the front gate of the palace, it's all sealed up. The reason why you're going in here is to find another way in. Maybe there are hidden secrets. The way the palace is going to work, actually, you will come in from underground and work your way up through the very foundations of the Nightwell, through the basement of the palace, to eventually reach its highest heights. Now let's look at a few dungeons more closely. So, Darkheart Thicket. This is a level-up dungeon in Val'sharah, and this takes place at the foot of the corrupted world tree, Shaladrasil. You're going to venture in here to the heart of the forest's corruption, and you're going to need to do this as a culmination of the zone's storyline to rescue an ally who's been trapped in the clutches of the nightmare. Let's take a look at what this looks like. So unlike the raid, which actually takes place in the nightmare itself, the dungeon is really at the foot of the world tree, still rooted in our world and our reality, but you're seeing the threat that it poses if it's allowed to seep out fully. So now in Stormheim, we have a couple of dungeons to talk about more closely. So the Halls of Valor, or Level Up dungeon, this is very heavily inspired by the mythology of Valhalla. And these are the halls, the golden glowing halls in the skies, where the greatest warriors of the Vrykul go, so that they can spend eternity brawling and feasting and hunting and reveling in their glory. Odin sits on his throne overseeing these lands, and you need to go here, and you're actually going to be brought here by your race against the god king of the Vrykul in service of the Legion, who's also seeking to claim the Aegis of Agrimar. The 2 of you are going to come to a deadly confrontation in front of Odin as you each seek to prove your worth and prove that you are the one that is worthy of holding the Pillar of Creation known as the Aegis. Let's look at the Halls of Valor. Yeah, Halls of Valor is one of the best looking dungeons our team has ever made. I can't wait till you guys get your hands on it. So the counterpart to the Halls of Valor. So whereas the greatest warriors of the Vrykul ascend to spend an eternity feasting in the Halls of Valor, the cursed, the fallen Vrykul, they are ferried on the ship of the damned to Helheim, the domain of the fallen Valkyr queen Helya. And you are going to find yourself at a fog-shrouded dock alongside other fallen souls, waiting for the ship of the damned so that you can get on board and retrieve and safeguard some of the most precious of cargo. You'll have to see what it is. But yes, I did say ship, and that does mean that a good chunk of the dungeon takes place on a ship. So in a sense, if you know what the Grimrail Depot is to trains, you might think of this with regard to ships. This speaks for itself. We've rounded up all the motion sickness prone designers on the team, had them play through the dungeon. Everyone reports it's good, so fingers crossed. One last close look, Blackrock Hold. So as Julie mentioned earlier, Blackrock Hold is an elven fortress towering over Val'Sharah. This was carved from basically a mountain of black stone, and it represents a militaristic side of Night Elves that we haven't really seen much before. Atop Blackrock Hold, this was the ancestral home of Lord Kurtalos Ravencrest, who was originally Illidan's mentor. We're going to need to go in there on the trail of Illidan as we seek to unravel and discover the secrets behind what Illidan's up to and what the Legion is up to. So, Blackrock Hold. So, 10 awesome dungeons waiting for you in Legion. Let's talk a little bit about the role of dungeons in the endgame. Almost seems like it goes without saying, of course dungeons are endgame. You hit max level, you run heroics, you gear up. Obviously, over the years, we've taken different approaches with valor points, with badges, to keep dungeons relevant and a central part of the expansion throughout, but really, we've made that our focus more than ever before in Legion. So our goals for Legion, as we were setting out to think about the place of dungeons, were that we needed dungeons to remain relevant throughout the entire expansion. And relevance means both in terms of reward, but also the difficulty and the engagement of the experience, so that you're not, as you did maybe in the past for Valor or badges, stomping increasingly easy content for increasingly better rewards. But of course, if you're going to be doing dungeons for the entire expansion, it's important that there be some variation in the experience. And on top of all of that, we want to avoid what we call internally the Mechanar problem, where given the choice, you'll tend to pick the easiest dungeon, the most efficient one, and do that repeatedly for the rewards at the expense of the others, and even if it's not your personal favorite dungeon. So how does this all come together? We had Mythic Dungeons in 6.2. We've had Challenge Mode. What if we were to combine some of those ideas? What if we were to take Challenge Mode and repurpose Challenge Mode as a true open-ended endgame experience for all players to make dungeons relevant from start to finish, so you can do a dungeon that's as hard as you want or need it to be for a reward that is commensurate in power to the challenge you just took on. That is what Legion Challenge Mode will be. So today, to start a challenge mode in Warlords, you walk into a challenge mode, you click on the pedestal at the start, a timer pops up. In Legion, you will begin these challenge dungeons with a challenger's keystone that you will obtain And it means still to be determined, probably through some of the world event quests that we talked about earlier. But this keystone points to a specific Legion dungeon and has a power level associated with it. That power level determines the difficulty of the dungeon you're going to be running, but also the reward that you're going to receive from it. At higher levels, the keystone may also introduce some additional modifiers as a wrinkle to keep you on your toes. Now, there's still a timer in Legion challenge modes. However, instead of gold, silver, and bronze, we're condensing it to a single timer that's actually probably a little bit more lenient than what silver currently is. We don't want this to be about a frenetic, mad dash through the zone. We want it to be about awesome core dungeon gameplay. If you beat that timer, then you upgrade your stone, and you can take on a higher, more powerful difficulty level and better rewards. If you fail, well, then your stone is depleted, but you still get loot for completing a challenge dungeon regardless, and the quality of that loot depends on what you just completed, even if you didn't meet the timer. So again, core philosophies here. We want to scale the dungeon up to suit your skill, your gear, your preferences, not scaling you down the way current challenge mode does in Warlords, because that feels increasingly bad as you get stronger. We want the focus to be on the combat gameplay of dungeons, not just go, 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 go as fast as you can and AoE pull and stun, but rather what makes dungeons the awesome experience they are as part of the MMO genre as a whole. We want unbounded progression. As good as you are, there will always be a challenge waiting for you. There'll always be another step on the ladder. And finally, there are new modifiers to master each week as you get further into the system. Now, what does that mean? So let's take a look at what the UI might look like for starting a challenge. So here we see a pretty high-level keystone that's being used to start the Halls of Valor. We see some significant modifiers to the health and damage of the creatures, but then also 2 additional affixes that are going to modify the dungeon. So this keystone has the Raging affix. Raging affix means that when all creatures in the dungeon get below 30% health, they're going to deal double damage until killed. That's going to change your approach a little bit. Suddenly you can't walk in and AoE cleave down every pack of mobs. You need to really focus fire. You really need to single target in a way that you didn't before. And that's just one example of many in terms of how we're going to change up your gameplay. So imagine extra mobs, extra enemies and pulls. Imagine a challenge dungeon where all corpses are going to explode and leave fire on the ground after they die. Or just to keep your healers on your toes, what if everyone is taking constant damage over time while the dungeon's in progress? You think you can handle that? Fortunately, there are awesome rewards waiting for you if you can. This system is going to start at just a small step above heroic dungeons. So don't hear challenge and think, oh, this isn't for me. If you do heroic dungeons, this is for you. There is a point of entry for you here. But no matter how hardcore you are, there is something in this that will break you. It's up to you to find that breaking point. The higher you go, the better the rewards. And the core of the system we want to deliver is a genuine alternate path to complement rating or even replace it for you entirely if that's what you prefer, if that's the gameplay that you choose in your dungeons. All right, so just to wrap up really quickly, that was just a slice of what we have in store for you this weekend and what we have to talk about Legion. Thank you so much for coming out. I know one question that's probably in everyone's minds is, when do I actually get to see more of this? When do I actually get into beta to play some of this myself? Good thing you ask. So the first thing we do after we get back from BlizzCon, well, probably going to be to sleep. The second thing we do is going to be to start getting our beta servers prepared for a closed beta launch. That's going to be coming in the weeks immediately following BlizzCon. Make sure you're opted in. Can't wait to get people in to experience the world, to experience the game that we're building. So finally, for those in attendance today, and staying tuned for the rest of the weekend, we have a lot more to talk about with Legion. In Hall A later today, we're going to have a cinematics panel focusing on the amazing cinematics that you saw earlier and more. And tomorrow, we have 2 additional panels. We're going to have a game systems deep dive where we talk more about artifacts, class orders, items, professions, and the rest, as well as classes. And then a Q&A after that. If you have any questions after this panel or just that you've been musing on yourself that you want to submit, stop by the Darkmoon Fair booth in Hall A. You can drop off your questions for the Q&A there. Thank you so much for coming out. Enjoy the rest of BlizzCon.
Thank you for attending the World of Warcraft Legion World and Content Overview panel. Up next, the Heroes of the Storm Hero Deep Dive panel.
You're watching BlizzCon 2015 presented by DirecTV, your exclusive home for everything Blizzard.
Rue, thank you very much, my friend, for that 13 months.
My children, feast upon our enemies.
Is he in the clan Illidan? That's pretty cool.
None can resist my kiss.
I wish I didn't use my 10-minute cooldown. I really wish I didn't. It will be a VOD, yeah. There's no music or anything playing on the stream, so. What? Simple but no, mate. It's got nothing to do with Blizzard, man. That's to do with me, dude. My flight was a day delayed. A day. Like, I literally left. I left Sydney on Friday my time. So luckily Australia's a day ahead, sort of time zone wise, right? So I got to here on Friday. So I literally got off my plane and came and set this up. So it's nothing to do with Blizzard, dude. They wouldn't be able to set up Twitch alerts for us anyway because they don't know our details. They don't know our login stuff. The guy in the back showed his nipple. I should get up and like kick the glass right where his face is and watch him freak out. Imagine that. Imagine, huh? Imagine if you like did it and I like got up and like charged him through the glass. I think it must be downstairs. Let me go downstairs. Again, guys, you can't show the whole map, just so everyone knows. You reckon I can double jump it? Nah. I don't think I should. I don't think I should try and double jump it. Well, you guys are really angry that I'm not doing the quest as fast as you guys liked. Wow, it's really interesting. It makes me not want to hand it in a lot faster. It's real serious, guys.
You are not handing in the quest as fast as I'd like you to, Chinglish. I tell you what, I've had enough. I've had enough of it. This is quite ridiculous. This is Jesus Christ. You know what? My whole BlizzCon is ruined. My whole BlizzCon is ruined. It's ruined.
Trust in Lord Illidan's plan.
I was just trying to check out the environment. I didn't realize it was, you know, such a bad thing. I didn't realize.
Azeroth must not fall.
Ruined my whole weekend.
Hurry. Use the keystone to activate the portal. We must rejoin the fight at the Black Temple. If we
Did you guys hear what they said?
Again, die well.
We'll go through Masters and stuff before I'm finished, yeah. Shut up, Ching, you had no idea where you were? I know. It's like it's the first time I've played this. No! There it is. That's the end of it. Now you guys wish I didn't go downstairs, didn't you? Huh? Shouldn't have went downstairs. I shouldn't have went downstairs. Thanks. Thanks, chat. Thanks, guys. Look, I wasn't going to go downstairs. But look what you've done. Look what you've done. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Now my weekend's ruined. Now, I'm just kidding. All right, let's go back out. I literally think I have to exit the game completely. I can hear menus. All right. Hello? Please? I can still hear something. I can't Alt F4 the game. Confirmed Illuminati is taking over my computer. Okay, let's open up another one. We'll look at character creation. We've got 15 minutes. It's broken Blizzard spec. I don't think reload will work, boys. I can try. I love how people are talking like they're just normal computers that you can use, not realizing that there's functions on these computers that you can't do. I made a Blood Elf male on the first one, the first time we made a character. I did a Blood Elf male. They're pretty good. I don't mind the male Night Elf. It looks really, really, really cool. What else is there? The trip was quite long. It still says the computer. Throw the computer through the window. This is show the talents. Yep. I will when I can. This is so. I got to tell the other streamers, yo, don't finish the whole thing, otherwise you're in trouble. Okay, now we should be able to see it. Oh, hang on. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. All right, I'm going to do this one. We'll see if this... Just walk away like nothing happened. Okay, so this is character creation. We'll look at this. We've got about 15 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll talk about a few of the skills and stuff like that. So first playthrough was really cool. I liked it. I think when I'm playing it for myself, what I'll do is I'll play through a little bit slower. I'm not going to really like sort of smash through it as quickly as I did today. Just trying to like play through it, because you gotta. It's like the DK starting area where you have to go and do quests to unlock skills and stuff like that. So. I literally cannot make a lock. I don't think Chance is streaming today. I know after me it is, after myself it's Panzer, and then tonight is Swifty. I think tomorrow is Towley and a few other people. I haven't really looked at the list. So this is okay. So this is what I made before. I thought they looked freaking cool. I really, 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 really liked it. I thought it was, I don't know, I think the animations look... What the hell is that noise? There is something going on outside, so...
Welcome to the World of Warcraft Cinematics, the Road to Legion panel.
Hello, BlizzCon 2015! I am so excited to be here. I hope you are too. Thank you so much for coming to the Cinematics Legion panel. We're going to get into the entire panel here. Hopefully everybody got a chance to see the cinematic during the opening ceremonies. Yes? Awesome. Well, if you haven't, I just want to call out, give a shout out to the theater upstairs. If you haven't gone up there, it's a 5.1 mix. It's really great. So take a look if you get a chance, all right? We're going to get into this Legion cinematic today, but before we do, a couple of introductions on stage. My name is Mike Kelleher. I'm a CG supervisor at Blizzard Cinematics. Members here. First of all, to my left, Mark Messenger, the director for the Legion cinematic. Here for the Legion cinematic. To his left, Chris Tunig, our art director on the project. Next to him, Dan Cox, our lighting supervisor for Blizzard Cinematics. All right, now let's go over here. Seth Thompson, our environmental modeling supervisor for Blizzard Cinematics. Next to him, Mike Sandrick, our surfacing supervisor for Blizzard Cinematics. Vince Lee, our lead previs artist on the project. And down there in the end, Ricardo Bariba, our lead animator on the project. Awesome. Well, that's our panelists, so let's get into it. We're going to get into the why and how we created this particular cinematic, but before we do, we should probably talk a little bit about how these things sort of come about. And that's sort of a different sort of scenario. We end up with, sometimes we end up with direction from the game teams who make the games that we all love to play, and sometimes not. Sometimes we get to do it on our own. But in this case, the WoW team had something very specific in mind that they wanted to accomplish with this.
Yeah, they did. They wanted the war zone. You know, they wanted you to feel like you were dropped in and you were right there at the edge of the Broken Isles about to storm the beach. And we were only too happy to oblige. We loved bringing the spectacle. So we started to try to figure out what the action would be. But even as we were doing that, we were also kind of wrestling with what the hook would be, right? What the emotional hook would be. What makes you invest in this thing? We can do great action, but we want you to also be invested in the story and in the characters. And so we were looking at like war movies we liked and war tropes, and we started talking about the idea of letters from the front. You know, the letters home. It's kind of that why do we fight? What's worth fighting for theme. And we thought, well, what if it was like several letters mixed into the action? What if it was like, you know, maybe started with an Alliance footman who's on the brink of war and he's writing back to his family, you know, and maybe at some point in the action we transition to like an orc grunt who's, you know, charged with the defense of her village. And we thought, well, whoa, wait, maybe we even end it big. We end it with Varian finishing a letter to his son Anduin. And that got us pretty excited. And the more that we talked about that, the more it seemed like that was the thing to focus on. Because you guys know the relationship between Varian and Anduin is very important, very well known. And their ongoing debate about the merits of war versus peace are really integral to the story. So, you know, we pitched that to the game team. They were into it, and we started doing what we do. We got our broken old cork boards out of the closet and started sketching and pitching and, you know, just pitched it to the game team a bunch of different times. And when it started to feel like everybody was on board, then we brought in our storyboard artists and we started building the animatic, which you guys probably know is kind of the Bible that we go off of to make these movies. And even at that point, we got Previs involved and started doing some early kind of visual conceptual work, right, Vince?
Yeah, once you were comfortable with bringing the 2D storyboards into 3D space, that's kind of when the Previs team steps in. This is the stage in the pipeline where these conceptual drawings have to become realized with 3D characters interacting on 3D stages and being shot with cameras. And not every part of a storyboard animatic is going to make that transition perfectly, but we do try to preserve as much the storyboard spirit as we can, whether it's through composition or timing. And fumbling where I am, but one of these things that what you're seeing on screen is kind of a concept that was explored in Previs. The original concept board had the camera kind of floating above the deck and Varian comes out, but it was actually Dan who suggested, what if we follow Varian from behind? So we tried it in Previs and we showed it to Mark, and he actually really liked what it gave him, being able to see the expansive deck when we come out, being able to see down the length of the ship with all the life and the energy on deck before we go over the edge. So this is kind of how that shot evolved. I just want to talk really quickly about one of the unique challenges of this cinematic, which is that throughout the sequence, that gunship is actually flying towards the Broken Isles. You might not consciously perceive it, but at the end of every shot, we're closer to the Broken Isles than when we started. It's just one of those subtle ways that we do drama build. And the other thing that it gives us is that we wanted to feel right when we dip under the clouds and the way that the hair and the fire are being affected by the wind. And the truest way to get that is just to take the whole stage with all the actors and just shove it, and eventually just plummet it towards the surface. And without going too much into the technical stuff, it makes animation really difficult, and it makes shooting the stuff really difficult.
That's right. And now, so we have our idea of what Previs is going to be. We have kind of a what's going to be in the cinematic, but now we need to know what it looks like, and that's where the art direction comes in, right, Chris?
That's right. When Mark and I got together to think about the mood that we were going to go for, we quickly landed at the mental image of the Northern California coast on a cold November morning, you know, and it was meant to be a little bit hostile. You know, we wanted to make it clear that not only was the Alliance and the Horde going to fight the Legion, but they also had to fight the environment to some extent. Now, we knew we were going to have a thick cloud cover, multi-layered cloud cover with the Fellstorm at the center, but we also wanted to have opportunities for sunlight beams to penetrate the clouds, to give us opportunities for light pools, to carve out our characters, to peel them off the background, to stage them properly. And they were also meant to just move ever so gently, create ever so gently moving shadows across the decks of the ship. So we knew we were going to expose for the shadows. That meant that the highlights would burn out ever so slightly. And I would create little blooms around, for instance, armor glints or wave crests, things like that, just to add a little bit of brilliance to each frame.
Right, I like that cold, sort of stark beauty that we were trying for on that.
Got it.
Right, exactly. So we have these beautiful paintings done by Chris. These are just quick swatches, but now that we have our mood, so to speak, we can talk a little bit about where all this action takes place, which is the gunship.
Right, yeah. Varian needs a ship fit for a king, right? And we were only too happy to oblige. We love these giant flying fortresses that are roaming around Azeroth. And so we asked the game team, and they were like, yeah, you could totally do that. And in fact, since we were planning on crashing the thing, they said, well, you could probably customize it a little for your own needs, right?
That's right. They basically allowed us to crash it. They said, this is not going to be featured in the game, this specific one, so just do with it as you wish. So as we usually do when we try and translate assets into the context of our cinematics, one way to make it believable was to play with the proportions a little bit. So we elongated the ship slightly, and we also widened the bow just to make it a little bit more front-heavy, evoke the feel of a container ship or an aircraft carrier a little bit more. And then one thing that was important to me personally was just to re-envision the bilge, the bottom of the ship, in such a way that the propellers wouldn't feel stuck on, but the ship was conceptualized from the start as a flying ship. So we added these little port side receptacles in the bilge.
All right, so we have our concept here, as you can see. And actually, this is just a little swatch that shows some of the materials that Chris had in mind for some of those pieces. And here we go. Here's our final turntable, just to show you what the final thing looks like. And actually, I want to turn it over to Mike Sandrick, because we have a lot of real-world textures and materials that are really on this gunship.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So anytime we do one of these cinematics, usually there's one or two assets that are going to be very technically challenging. And the gunship was definitely one of those. The reason why is that we saw it up close everywhere, and so we needed it very, very detailed everywhere. And what that basically means is that it's a very, very heavy model that took a long time to make. Just to put that into numbers, this model has about 7 million faces, polygons. It has about 3,000, 4,000 by 4,000 pixel texture maps on top of that, and then we ray trace everything. And that creates just a very heavy, very memory-intensive asset. If you've got really sharp eyes, you can kind of see there in the bottom right, this asset takes about 4 to 6 hours a frame to render and about 20 to 30 gigabytes. But before we actually start any of this, we actually need a reference to base this off of. And basically the direction here was 18th century frigates. We have the good fortune where we live that we were able to go down to the San Diego Maritime Museum for a day, and we got to crawl all around these types of ships and take all kinds of reference photos of them. It was great. Here's the texture team right now. It's Wei Wong taking some photos of the deck. So we just went and crawled around these ships, took pictures of the deck, the ropes, cleats, anchors, cannon, all these little bits of the ship that make it what it is. You can take a look at the decks of these ships. They're just really, really busy. We had to hand crate all of that, one piece at a time. And basically, this was all based on this reference that we saw. Seng Jing Song and Jung Ha Baek just did an outstanding job putting this together. That said, this is an 18th century frigate that flies. So our reference gathering didn't stop here. We also had to check out some museums and look at some World War II era bombers in order to get a reference for the engines on this thing. You kind of see here, I mean, if you go back, 50, 60 years, you get back to where airplanes were bolted together with aluminum plate and rivets. That's really the kind of the feel we wanted. Modern day planes are sort of put together with carbon fiber and glue. So this kind of reference basically
Mark felt, after looking at it, that really it should feel a lot more claustrophobic. So as the 3D animatics dropped in and the storyboards dropped in, we realized, you know what, all this space really needs to do is act as a backdrop to the character, so we designed accordingly. Now, if you look closely, you'll actually see that there's a number of items on the desks that have been reused from prior cinematics. There's the candle holder from Diablo 3, as well as the quill that Leah wrote with, so for the Hawkeyes amongst you. Now, one of the big items, a story point carrying item in this entire cinematic is the compass, and Mark's going to talk about that one.
Yeah, well, to me, the compass kind of is Anduin. It's like the talisman expression of a sun. And so it was a very important prop for us. But also, if you look at the concept art there, you can see LW inscribed there. And the intention was, this is Lane Rin's compass. This is a king's family heirloom passed from father from son, from king to king. So very significant and deserved a lot of love.
That's right. And because it's such an important story point, we researched a number of different application methods for the portrait. The Anduin portrait was going to go into the lid. At first we thought, wouldn't it be cool if it was just sort of a metal etching process they would have used, and it would have ended up looking very monochromatic. But as we saw the shot, we felt, what this shot needs is a little bit of color. It's a colorful focal point, so we re-envisioned it as a miniature oil painting, the same way you'd find it in an antique pocket watch or an amulet.
All right, so we have our portrait. We've talked about Anduin. We actually haven't talked yet about Varian. Obviously, he's the hero of the cinematic.
Right, yes, and there are a lot of Varians out there, right? I mean, there's all the wonderful artistic expressions of Varian done by Blizzard artists, but there's also comic book Varian, right? And there's the in-game model of Varian, but there's also the Lords of War Varian, which is somewhat different. Not to mention all of the great fan art that's out there. There's a lot of great variants out in the world, and so our challenge was to try to take what we thought would encapsulate into the best variant for this cinematic, right?
Right, and now we have Chris. This is your portrait of Varian. Tell us a little bit about it.
Right, so, as it just so happens, whenever we get to re-envision a character for our cinematic context that hadn't been featured in a pre-rendered before, we just jump at that. So for this occasion, I felt, it would be good if the things he'd been through in his life, at some point, Varian was a gladiator, he lost his memory. I mean, this guy has seen a few things. If that was represented in his appearance a little bit, taking all the other depictions, the prior depictions of him into consideration, of course. So I went for a little bit more of a chiseled look, a little bit harder, just to get that point across. And if the other big challenge we had, here you see the 3D model, the other big challenge we usually have with our characters is, and this happens especially in the World of Warcraft universe, is translating the character proportions into the pre-rendered context in such a way that it remains practical and it remains believable. So there was actually quite a bit of back and forth between the animation team, the rigging team, and the modeling team to try and work out the size of the shoulders and the size of the knees, etc., so it would actually work in the cinematic without too much interpenetration.
Okay, so we have our concept for Varian, beautiful painting, and now we need to turn it back over to Mike Sandrick and talk a little bit about how this was created from a surfacing perspective.
Yeah, so even though Varian is a bit fantastical in terms of proportion and facial features, we still needed this grounded in reality so that you'd believe him when you saw him on screen. And basically that meant for us basing his texture maps, his shading on real people. So basically our reference, we went around the office and we took as many pictures as we could of as many 40-something-year-old white guys as we could. Mike Kelleher,
that's a beautiful
myself,
forehead.
I'm gorgeous.
included.
I gotta say.
These are the closest up photos I've ever seen of myself. It's hard to look good this close. But the beauty of these photos, these are about 6,000 by 4,000 pixels, and only a portion of the face, is that it captures all the wrinkles, the pores, the zits, the pock marks, chicken pox scars, all that stuff.
Hey.
And basically, that's what makes skin look real. And that's what we basically did. Then our texture artists, Sam Alicia and Wei Wong, took these photos and projected those on our Varian model, and then did a extensive cleanup after that in order to fit the actual facial proportions. But if you zoom in here, you can see all those sort of busted capillaries and beard stubble and sort of the discoloration of the skin. A lot of that is not hand painted. A lot of that is coming from those photos, and then we clean it up afterwards. That saves us a ton of time. That also just makes it look a lot more believable because we're starting from a photo. Here's just a little hint at the kind of resolution that's on Varian. All those texture maps, there's 20 there. Those are all 4,000 by 4,000 pixels, and those are only the color maps that go on the head. There's actually about as many texture maps on Varian as there are in the entire gunship. Here's a quick look at the hair layout of Varian. Varian's got about as many hairs on his head as a real person. That way it just sims and animates more realistically. We did do one cheat where all the hair that's growing off the scalp ends in the ponytail hair holder, and then we grow brand new ones out the back end, and that just guarantees that when it's animated, it's always locked in there. And yeah, here's Varian all put together. Just like the gunship, this is a very heavy render. These take about 4 to 6 hours of frame and take about 20 to 30 gigabytes of memory to render. Very heavy. That's not only because of the heavy model and the heavy textures, but we also have hair all over it, on the clothing and on his head. We have beard stubble, we have peach fuzz. All that adds render time, and then we ray trace everything. Everything is reflecting everything else. Even the skin is subtly reflective, so you can get that skin glow that you see on real people. And basically, all of those things combine so that you create something that is believable when you see it on screen.
And once you got your star and you start putting them in front of a camera, one of the most important decisions we're going to make is what lens are we going to shoot them with. So one of the visual aids we have to guide us are called lens tests, and you're going to see a series of them on screen right now. And it might look like it, but Varian isn't animated right now. He's in a key pose, and we're just cycling through our lens kit for the show, going from wide to longer. And I think you can notice how his features are kind of changing depending on the lens. And so we're basically just trying to find Varian, much like a live-action actor, we're just trying to find his beauty lens, the lens that really makes his features the most flattering and just not flattering or unflattering. And we're weighing at the same time kind of the emotional feel we're trying to get from a shot. And part of that goes into his relationship with the environment, which changes as we go from a wider to a longer lens. These are just some of the questions that we ask ourselves as we make this lens choice.
Yeah, we carry these lens choices all the way through production as well. It's something that Vince and the previous team do with Mark early on in production, but as you get all the way to the end and you start adding surfacing on things and we get into lighting and compositing, that's when we kind of start picking things like f-stop. We're going to decide how much depth of field we're going to put on the lens, with the chosen focal length. And we try not to unrealistically do that. You can in the 3D world. You can break everything and turn knobs all you want. But we actually shoot reference and look at it and say, okay, well, if we were to pick this focal length on a camera, what would the restrictions be in terms of the f-stop I would need? Or if you're really shooting for depth of field, if that's what's important, what are those limitations? And there's a finite amount of choices for those. And we're constantly trying to stay in the real world with those choices to help add to the realism. And other things we do to these shows as well when we're doing this lighting is that we try to add other photographic elements that are more subtle, that you don't really think about. It's things like lens distortion and chromatic aberration, which are considered artifacts, really. As you can see here, you can see the distortion added in and the rainbow effect at the end. I'm kind of breaking it so you can see what it is the actual chromatic aberration. And that's kind of where different color light wavelengths travel at different speeds through a lens. And when they're on a wide-angle lens, when the harder the refraction angle is, the focus is slightly different. A perfect lens, all the light wavelengths would focus on exactly the same point. But the imperfections in the lens is kind of what causes the character. So we actually... Normally, if you're working on a film and in visual effects, you try and take that stuff out. You're constantly trying to get rid of the artifacts. For us, since we're full 3D trying to create something more photographic, we actually add them back in. So we do things like that. Other little things you might notice is the interior shot stuff in the cabin has a much denser film grain than the exterior stuff, which you would also run into low light situations if you were to film it. So we add a lot of these things to try and add to the realism as much as we can.
All right, so we have our cameras, we have our main hero, and what we have to talk about now, Ricardo, is performance. And actually, that's where you come in.
Yeah, Mike, when we first heard that Varian was going to be the main hero of our cinematic, I mean, we were really excited about bringing such iconic Blizzard character to life. And when we were looking at the storyboards, we right away realized that Varian, he's going to go through a really wide range of emotions, and that's going to require some really subtle acting. Like Sandrick, like mentioned before, creating a realistic character in CG is a big deal, and bringing that character to life, it's really hard. So for this show, we decided to work close together with an actor, and we were fortunate to have Jim Peary helping us bringing Varian to his full glory. So the process of working with Jim consisting in placing dots on his face, and that way it would be easier to the animators to follow his movements. And once we get that working, we will shoot a reference using a helmet camera like this one. Once the whole process was done, the animator was able to, very close, study all the subtle nuances of Jim's performance. You can see all the eye darts, the muscle movements, the blinks, even the subtle skin sliding. And one thing that I want to point it out here, that we didn't use motion capture. All the animation for Varian was keyframe. So ultimately, it was up to the animators to transform, Jim's and Varian, grabbing what's the best of his performance and trying to make it unique to Varian. So here's the final result for this shot.
Awesome. So we have our performance now. We're ready to go, but the cabin sequence is done, but we have to go outside of the cabin here. We have to talk about the deck of the ship. And as you can see here, this was one of our shots, shot 140 we called it, and you can see this has a lot of stuff on it. And Seth, that's where your team comes into play again.
Oh yeah, so the top of the deck, we had over 50 different unique assets in there, and we just have tons of stuff. You can see some gray shaded models here, not only weapons, but we have stuff like buckets, things to help fill out the scenes. And then you can see some shaded versions of the stuff that Mike's team did here. And the idea behind this is we wanted to just put as much stuff on the deck as possible to make it look like those 18th century ships that we had reference of. And the other thing, too, that we do here all the time in the environment team is we create what's called a modular asset. So you see these crates, we might actually put that in the cinematic and repeat it 100 times. And the viewer can't tell the difference. And then it helps save time with our budget by creating more interesting stuff that the viewer's eye will see to make it feel more realistic.
Right, so we have all these items on the deck. We're trying to make it feel as live as possible. And actually, Vince, it's a good time to mention our maybe a little bit of a secret weapon here.
Yeah, we're really fortunate to have this motion capture camera system. Here's a video of me and Mark demoing it on screen. It's taking this really intricately detailed set that the modeling and surfacing teams have made, and Mark, with that shoulder-mounted apparatus, I can just drop him right onto the deck of the ship, and he's able to just walk around and scout in real time, changing lenses, basically like a real-life live-action shoot. And at any point, I can hit play or record, and all the animation that Ricardo's team just brings that deck to life. And every little micro movement that Mark makes is being recorded. So all the little camera shakes, tremors, or overshoots on subjects when you pan or tilt, it's all captured. And it's used to really great effect in the cabin section of the cinematic, actually, because Mark is in there shooting and he's reacting to those explosions coming from outside and doing a little bit of that subtle sway that really sells that you're on a seafaring vessel.
Right, so we have some of that motion capture, but as you mentioned, Varian was a keyframed animation, but we did have a chance to use some motion capture on this show, right, Ricardo?
Well, we knew that we were going to have to animate, hundreds of different soldiers for the deck. And the reality is this kind of thing to populate a deck like that with that many guys running around, pushing cannons, marching can be very time consuming and expensive. So in this case, we felt that motion capture was the right tool for the job. So we partnered with our friends from Activision, and we used their motion capture facility. And here you guys can see some of our animators having a good time. Everyone was really excited about that. And we needed to be creative. Right there, have a cannon. Here we built this platform to have the guys sliding. Yeah, everyone was having really a great time. And on the next slide, you can see Joe Frayne. I don't know if Joe is out there. But Joe is one of our layout artists, and this moment here, he's performing the moment when the Inferno hits the deck, and there's this major explosion. So we were really, thankful that Joe did 110%, and we were really excited to see how the final performance was going to look on the cinematic. That's the next frame.
Okay, here we go.
That's the moment when Joe gets hit.
Awesome.
Yeah, so unfortunately, since we couldn't see in its full glory, we decided to do a quick video for you, Joe, and say thank you and share with you guys. right there in the back, that's Joe.
And the cannon covered him up.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it, right? Yeah. But we also use keyframe animations for things that we obviously couldn't get, you know, like motion capture to work. This was like one of the early tests that Davey, one of our animators, did. And everyone fell in love with this animation. It was really cool. But unfortunately, we couldn't find the right spot on our cinematics to put it there. So we needed to, unfortunately, we couldn't use it. It's like a good example of how if the animation doesn't work for the story, if it doesn't move the plot along, we can use it.
But we wanted you to see it here.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's just good that we cut it before Joe volunteered to mocap this.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope he signed his liability forms. All right, moving on. We're going to go on and we're going to talk about the deck. The deck is obviously live, but that's not the only thing in the shot. And I just wanted to take a moment to shout out to the effects team who created this beautiful water that you're seeing below. They did a great job. The effects department integrated that incredibly well with the Digimat team, which you hear about later. They were called on to do an enormous amount of water. You can see some of those passes here. We have water scenes, we have boat wakes, white caps, mist, and not just above the water, but also just below the water as well. We hear some of our early tests of trying to get that feel of a wave crashing into a shore, and they did a phenomenal job. We had a lot of good reference. I'd like to call out Seth. Thank you, Seth, for doing our bubble reference.
Don't try that at home, it's a little dangerous.
Yeah. Here's one of his tests, and the effects department was able to replicate that out just great. This is one of my favorite takes. Let's just put this on the screen right here.
That is so epic. Look at this man kill water.
Kill it. Angry. All right, so we use that reference. We started off with some simulations here from the effects team. I believe that's Gromash Hellscream there, but even before we had a variant, we used one of his models just to try and get the look and feel. And as we go through, here's some of the tests that you can see. And finally, the final shot here with all the water and the sword effects included and everything. Great jobs, and hats off to the effects guys for doing that. Great job. All right, so we're back to the scene, and I think we have a little bit of an Easter egg down there.
Yeah, we got a little goblin tugboat that we put there, and if you look closely in the cinematic next time with the tiny magnifying glass,
Did you not see it? Did you not see it?
It's in there. Also here you can see some stuff we recycled from other cinematics. This one actually is the Alliance ship that we did originally from
Cataclysm.
right?
Yeah, this was based on the Maiden's Fancy, actually.
Yep, and here you can see it being destroyed in that Booty Bay cinematic there, and then now you can see again Mr. Pandaria cinematic. We use this again, both of those ships. And the thing about this is we built the back of the ship out to look really good. However, in this cinematic, we get to see the front of it, so we needed to put a lot more detail in. So we went through, in about a week, one of our modelers added a bunch of really cool detail. We recycled some pieces from our Alliance gunship, put it on there, added textures to it, and here we can see it in the final shot.
So what I'm getting is it only took you about 6 years to model one ship.
Right, yep.
Awesome.
Very good, very good.
So lots of ships, obviously, on the ocean and up here, but we actually have one more ship to talk about, and that is the Horde airship, which is appearing out of the clouds here. For the Horde, yes. And we go to Mike Sandrick here for a minute and talk about that.
Right, the Horde airship, obviously is architecturally very different from the Alliance gunship. It's a much cruder, much less refined way of manufacture, and we felt that obviously needed to be represented in the model. One thing that was really important for Mark was to find an interesting way to introduce it. So it pushing through the clouds, we actually took one of the defining features of the game model, which is the wolf head, and reinvented it in such a way that we really tried to work out the silhouette to get the read just right as it pushed through the clouds.
All right, so now here's our 3D concept of that. And now, actually, I can go to Mike Sandrick, and you can talk a little bit about where the reference came from this, a little different source.
Sure, Mike. So taking our cue from Mark and Chris that this should be a cruder design, Eddie Kim and Nathan Boyd kind of went back in time, and instead of 18th century frigates, they used 10th century Viking ships for their reference. Now, an interesting thing about this, it might look about as detailed as the gunship, but actually it isn't. We basically just concentrated the detail on that starboard bow section that you mainly see in that cinematic when you first introduce Sylvanas.
And right, and that brings us to Sylvanas.
Sylvanas.
Oh, that was a great applause for Sylvanas. Another major character we haven't actually done in a pre-rendered cinematic, and that means we get to go back to art direction and really talk about Sylvanas here.
That's right, and we ran with it. Sylvanas, such a beloved, such a well-known character. Her being an undead high elf, you know, we really wanted those trademarks, those features to be represented properly. So we just went for some slightly wide-set eyes, very high cheekbones, and a very pointy chin. One thing that I felt was worth chasing, just to echo a little bit of what we did with Varian, was to add just a little bit more chisel in his face, maybe a tiny bit of maturity. So that's what we went with. Once again, the other half of the equation is the armor, and here we felt this is an opportunity to maybe recreate a little bit more fitting attire to the occasion here. She was going to be in one of her big battles she was ever going to be in, so we actually went in there and created an armor for her, added a midriff for her, but still tried to harken back to the outfit that she's so well known for. So, you know, the shoulder.
It's kind of her battle armor,
that's right,
really.
Battle armor.
Yeah.
You got it.
Right, and here she is, our final turntable. Obviously, all of her materials applied. And that means, Mike, she provided some different kind of challenges for the surfacing team here, right?
Young women in computer graphics are notoriously difficult to do. The main reason is that the detail on young women's faces is just much more subtle. If you kind of remember Varian's face, you know, he's got beard stubble, he's got large pores, he's got wrinkles, he's got pockmarks, freckles, zits. I could go on. Scars, obviously. There's all these things that you can sort of hang on to create reality. Women have all of that, but it's much more refined, much more subtle. It's all got to be there. You can't just have it be smooth, but it's difficult. It's even difficult to talk about. It is. It's a hard thing to do. But basically what we did is we went right back to photo reference again. This time we had a couple women volunteers in the studio, and we took high-resolution photos of their faces. And then Nathan Boyd, who did the look dev on this, did a fantastic job. Projected this on our Sylvanas model, and then cleaned up from there. So you can kind of look at this. Obviously, a lot of it is fantastical, but the poor detail that you see is from photos of real people. And here's the finished turntable. Another interesting thing to note, you know, you kind of see that red subsurface in her ears. That's to give the illusion of blood flow. It's the illusion of red blood flow. I'm not really sure what color her blood is, but giving the illusion of red is what really the audience expects, because that's what you see when you see backlit ears or backlit fingers. And that just helps sell the reality when you see a fantastical creature like this on screen.
All right, so we have our other actor, and Ricardo, now we have to make her move, and we have to make her move believably.
Yeah, Mike, so the thing is, every time we animated one of our Blizzard characters, we want to make them, you know, like bigger than life. We want to make them epic. But on the other hand, we also know that we needed to make it grounded in reality, you know, otherwise nobody's going to buy it. And the thing about Sylvanas is that knowing there's such, you know, like so many fans out there that love her, we knew that we needed to get it right. So unfortunately, nobody in our crew was like an expert in archery. But luckily, one of our animators, Glenn Ramos, he introduced us to Anna Maltese. I think Anna is out there. And Anna is like an amazing performer. She's like a martial artist, you know, like archer. And she was kind enough to spend the day with the animation crew, shooting reference. But also she was like teaching us, you know, like the proper grip, how to hold the bow, the right stand. And I think that's what makes the difference, you know, like grounded Sylvanas movement and reality. And one other thing that I want to point out there is every time we tried to make, you know, like look like Sylvanas was working with Varian, because I felt that was like a very important piece of the cinematic to get, to, you know, like to show that they were like together in a common thing.
Totally. Teamwork on this one. Yep. And I just wanted to do a shout out to both Anna and Jim Peary, our actors, for doing such a wonderful job, not just giving us the big action stuff, but for, you know, providing a lot of really great little subtleties of performance, just little pieces of gold that might be hard for us to mine on our old. So can you guys give them a round of applause real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Guys.
Great work. Sometimes that's the most important stuff, actually. So we have our heroes here. We have Varian, we have Sylvanas, but we actually haven't talked about the bad guys, and that's obviously the demons. And the first one up is the Infernal, and we wanted to give the Infernal a big entrance again.
Yeah, we haven't featured an Infernal probably since the original World of Warcraft trailer. So we were very excited to give him a big entrance, have him claw his way up out of the deck with the smoke fuming off, and the green fell. And the fell really is kind of a unifying thing for all of our demons, right?
That's right, Mark. The demons were really meant to feel like they're part of a team, and we used the fell fire, the fell energy, as a unifying factor to do that. This was obvious for the Infernal, but then for the Fell Guard, actually the design work that we got from Team 2, from the game team, really helped us quite a bit. If you look closely, there are actually a little distorted faces of, unfortunate tortured souls that have been absorbed into this guy's armor, the enemies that he defeats. So we used those mouths and those eyes as little Fellfire furnaces to get those team colors in there. Now for the Fellbat, we had to just be a little bit more subdued. We just pulled back ever so slightly because there's a lot of them in every shot and in dots flying through frame. So really we confined the Fellfire to the chest ridges, to the facial area obviously, and to the roots of the dreadlocks.
All right, that sets out our villains, and now we have all our actors on the stage, and it's now up to the Digimat and lighting teams to really take us home and put these characters in an environment. Dan, that's where your team comes into play.
Yeah, early on we knew that the cinematic was going to take place in 3 main stages. There was going to be the cabin sequence. We were eventually going to have most of the action happen out in the air, and eventually we would end up on the reefs leading up to the Broken Isles. And as you saw, the cabin was all modeled by Seth's team, done fantastic when we lit that. Jason Fleming did a really great job of lighting, compositing that. Anthony Efticari and Fabio Zangroni, our 2 Digimat artists, did an early test on the skies to figure out what could we do 2D versus 3D, because 3D is very expensive, 2D is not so much. And so what they did is got a lot of photographic reference, both some they took and different resources, and built out a 3D setup using 2D images in our compositing software, Nuke. And it proved to be very promising. As you can see here, you're getting tons of parallax, and it's actually quite difficult to do if you've ever worked with clouds in 3D, so they did a really amazing job. And here's some of it in shot. You can kind of see this is a fly-through attacking the gunship, and you can watch here we've done a little breakdown. So this is kind of the 3D that the lighting team would add back on top of that. Kaz Shimada did a really nice job of lighting and compositing this shot. And eventually we knew we were going to go to the Broken Isles, so we needed to reveal. This is the base Digimat that was provided by the guys for kind of everything we would build on in shots. We knew we were going to see it at slightly different angles, different cameras, but we just needed a base to go from. And eventually we would supplement this with 3D elements and effects and everything else. So that's what this was, and eventually the ocean would marry into that. And this is the reefs leading up to the Broken Isles. Seth's team, modeled all the reefs. Mike's team shaded everything, and then we've added the Digimat here so you can kind of see what it would all look like before the action takes place, because it's going to end up being this crazy, crazy shot.
Dude, I still remember Mark's pitch for this thing. He came up as like, we're going to finish strong, boys. We're going to take every asset we have on this show. We're going to throw it at our heroes. We're going to see if they can fight through it all, which they can't because there's so many, but then they're going to try anyway and see if they make it to shore. It's going to be epic. It's going to be in one big shot.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Actually, Blizzard has a company policy where after pitches like that, you're allowed to go back to your desk and cry for about 5 minutes. After which we got back to work and we sat with Mark and we figured out what the important points were. Basically, we got to see the heroes, we got to see the villains, and they got to look insane. We got to see the Broken Isles, even closer than ever before, but so far away, and we want to finish with a bang. We drew straws, and Don Ta was the lucky previs artist who got to bring this shot to life. And he went through, brought his limitless energy, exploring so many iterations of Variant's choreography, the formation of the Fellbats, the creation of the rocks, and the placement, and the wave timing, basically solving all these problems early on so that later departments wouldn't have to. And when Mark was pretty happy with it, we went to Ricardo and we said, it's your problem now.
It's very kind of you, Vince. Yeah, so yeah, this shot was crazy. I can't remember when was the last time we had this many characters interacting with each other and with the camera at the same time. So whenever we have a shot like that, like our first instinct is to go outside our office and try to gather as many animators, like slash ninjas we have in our studio. We place them all in our like live action reference room, and we start shooting reference with them. We probably did, I know, hundreds of different takes for this shot, and you got the best piece of each one and compile them together. Since this was kind of like a complex shot, we decided that the best way to approach it would be splitting in 3 different animators. So I had like Dave Saab, he was in charge of the variant and the foreground. I had Corey Pelton, he was doing the Infernos and the fell bats in the background. And Alon Hellman, he was doing all the bats for the shot. I think by the time Alon was done with this shot, he was our bat specialist. Yeah. So the other interesting thing about this shot that I want to point out is that the first version that we did, and we show it to Mark, Varian was like stepping on the rocks, and right away he was like yelling. And Mark, like he saw that animation, was like, hey guys, I can buy the fact that after, like Varian did that whole thing, he doesn't take a minute, he doesn't take, like a step, breathe a little bit, and yell from the top of his lungs. So I thought it was kind of like a cool detail that helped bring this shot to life.
Thank you for that, Ricardo. Yeah.
Very nice. So the hot potato goes from previs to animation, and then after all that work is done by rigging and sim, and we get all that great work compiled in one place, and we give it to the team. And Dan, it's on you.
Yeah, I'd like to give a huge shout out to the lighting, Digimat, and compositing teams on this show. They did an extraordinary job, and I mean, a shot like this shows that off. And Shenzhen, our lighting lead, was my right hand. The whole project was amazing. And when we get a shot like this, we've talked about previs, animation, modeling, surfacing, everything's going down this pipeline, and eventually they dump it in our laps and say, make it work. Luckily, their work is so good, it makes our job easier. And Enrique Munoz, our lighter compositor for this shot, took it on and put everything together, and it was really nice. We were able to decontrast the thing, make it a very warlike feel, handheld camera, throwing water on the lens, all the tricks we talked about earlier. And it all really came together and gave just a nice, really big moment. You don't always get to lead up to a big moment to end, but we got to here.
Yeah, moments, that's exactly the thing that, when I see a shot like this, I think about what our goal is to, work together, to collaborate. Everybody brought their A game to create this moment. That's what we're looking for, is to make you feel energized or make you feel excited. Maybe we can thrill you with the moment. Maybe if we're really on our game, maybe we could touch you in some way. That's what gets us excited to come to work every day. That's what gets us energized. So, we want to thank you guys for your dedication to this game and for your love of this, world that we all call Azeroth. Thank you very much. And while I'm thanking people, I got to remember the sound department, because sound is, I've said it before, sound is half of the equation at a minimum, right? These guys totally acquitted themselves beyond it all on this show, and I'm so very, very thankful for the work that they did, from the music to the sound effects to the mix. Fantastic work. So thanks to the sound department.
Absolutely. And I'm going to throw a few more thank yous out for that as well. I'd like to mention our video and post-production group, which is responsible for taking this and putting it on YouTube. Actually, frankly, they're responsible for most of what you're seeing on stages today, so that's fantastic work. Our localization team for turning this from an English into 10 other different languages. World of Warcraft is a global game, and we're really proud of that fact. And I want to thank everybody here. That's our panel for today. So, thank you. We've left a little time for questions. If you have a question, our panelists here will be happy to set up here. Please come to the mic. We know that your time at BlizzCon is incredibly precious. There's so many things to go see, and we're happy that you spent some time with us today. Thank you, and have a great BlizzCon 2015.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say you did an amazing job with that cinematic reveal. My question actually is about the Gamescom trailer, where we got to see Gul'dan revealing Illidan is back in the game. Now, you talk about sometimes reusing assets. Illidan's model, now was that, I know we didn't get to see much of him, but was that an updated model of the Burning Crusade cinematic model, or was that completely done from scratch?
I can answer this one if you want to take it. Okay, so I can say that with certainty that we looked at the model, and actually there was a little bit of a scramble when we realized, like, oh no, we need Illidan again. Where is Illidan? I'm not sure. And there are a lot of email trails trying to find him. And actually, I want to say that Xin Wang, our character modeling supervisor, happened to just have one in his pocket. And we took it from there and up-resed it a little bit because it needed a little bit of love.
Just one thing. It's rare that we can reuse an asset verbatim. Standards and technology change so fast that even if we do reuse it, it's usually always redone to a higher standard.
Was much texture work done with putting textures on Illidan because he was, you know, a silhouette? Did much work get put into that?
Luckily, not much because we didn't have much time. So it was mainly the tattoos.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is one of my favorite panels every year I come to BlizzCon. I have to see how you guys make those beautiful cinematics. So thank you very much. I know this whole crowd appreciates all the work you do. I noticed that it starts with Varian being very kingly. He's very much King Varian Wynn. And at the end, he's back to being Lagosh. He's stripped down of all the armor. It's just him fighting, which is his initial element. Was that intentional, or like the character arc? Or?
Yes, and thank you for noticing.
Cool, that's it. Thank you guys very much for putting those details in. I appreciate all the work.
Thank you for coming.
I guess I'll just say it again, like the two before me, great job with everything. It's amazing to see all that up there. My question is, what made you guys finally pivot from the grunt stories, as it were, back to Varian and Sylvanas? What made you finally decide to go with him rather than them?
I think it really was just that moment where we started thinking about what if Varian could communicate one last time with Anduin. If he thinks that he's going off to war and he thinks that maybe he's not coming back, then it just made sense, you know, that he would want to have this communication. And, you know, the father-son thing, I think, you know, a lot of us are fathers and mothers, you know, at Blizzard. And so, you know, I think the parent thing just really spoke to us. And it seemed like it'd be a good heart to what would otherwise be a big action spectacle.
And I think you didn't mind echoing the Lich King theme a little
That's
bit.
true. That's true. We definitely were, you know, I mean, the Lich King looms over me all the time. I'm like, how am I ever going to do anything that great, you know? So it's like, my son, I'm going to grab that, you know?
It's true. He talks about it all the time.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name's Keaton. I was just wondering if you were always originally going to put Sylvanas in there, or was there something else? And what do you think she's thinking when she's looking across to Varian?
Yeah, we always were. From the very early storyboards that I was showing you on the corkboard, we were talking, we want to get Sylvanas in there. We needed somebody to represent for the Horde, because this was supposed to be both sides momentarily putting aside hostilities in, you know, the face of this greater threat. And so, we just thought she'd be perfect for doing it. And what was the other half of your question? I'm sorry.
What do you think she was thinking when she was looking out, getting prepared for battle and all stuff at Varian?
Yeah, well, I think what the animators and I talked about was that, and thinking to herself, okay, we agreed to be here for the thing, and I'm here, but I got my eye on you, you know. She doesn't totally trust, but they're here to do a job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hey guys, just want to, you know, give you guys props for all your stuff, and I know you guys have found your calling. Props for all your stuff, and I know you guys have found your calling. But my end-up question is other than these cinematics, have you wanted to do a short film for like WoW or Diablo or StarCraft?
Well, I think we get that asked a lot. I think we're always looking to try and do something. The more game teams have lots of ideas. We have lots of ideas. So right now, that's our focus, is supporting the games, making sure that you have the stories in those games, and that's where we're going to be for now.
Right, thank you.
Hi. Nice job on the cinematic again. And you mentioned something about you used the Diablo 3 cinematic, the quill and the candle holders and stuff. And I was curious if some of the old World of Warcraft cinematic, things have found their way into the other cinematics. Like there's a Skull of Gul'dan hidden in the StarCraft trailer.
I can answer some of that. Speaking of one of the skulls, like if you guys remember from I forget which cinematic was, where Illidan's holding an orc skull in his hands. You can see that repeated several times. The Machine and the Warlords of Draenor cinematic. But yeah, we recycle all the time. I think that whole, for example, the Warlords, am I saying it right, Draenor? I don't want Chris Metzing coming and finding me later. Yeah, for example, like, we'll just recycle tons of stuff everywhere, and I think about 50% of our environment assets and that, rocks and things like that, were recycled from previous shows. So anywhere we have a chance to do that, we do it all the time. On this one, we didn't have as many opportunities with a lot of the stuff on the top, but I remember talking with Chris, and we needed some candles and other stuff really quick because we didn't have a big budget. And I'm like, I'll find some stuff, throw it in there. So yeah, it's anytime we can do it, love to do it.
If you look in the distance, when you see the gunship, the Warcraft, the Cataclysm Zeppelins are back there. But they could be paintings for all you know, I can't tell.
You know,
they're tiny.
You know, basically, anytime we start a new cinematic, the main character just goes on Craigslist and looks up all the props they're going to need for that show. So, like, even like that chair that's in that cabin is Arcturus' Manx's chair from StarCraft.
Right. That's right. We forgot to mention
He just went up
that.
and he's like, oh, barely used, okay, and just picked it up.
All right, thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
I think I can speak for most of us when I say one of our favorite parts of the collector's editions is to get these cinematics on Blu-ray with lossless quality, you know, just a sound effects track, an audio-only track, the commentary. But the more collector's editions we get, the more of an ordeal it is to kind of sit down and watch these all in a row. Is there any internal talk of like a, you know, because Pixar has like a collector's edition of like Volume 1 shorts, Volume 2 shorts. Is there any sort of Warcraft collection or StarCraft collection on Blu-ray that you guys have been talking about?
That's a really good question.
It's a good idea.
It's a great idea. Yeah, let's start it. Yeah, I know the feeling you have. On Legion, there are 1,720 hours of behind-the-scenes footage to go through this video. But I think we talked about it. I don't know how farther we've gone than that. I think it's always something that we've mentioned to ourselves, but at this point, we can't say anything or whether or that. But it's a good idea. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, is that it? Oh, well, thank you so much again for coming. I just want to say one other thing, that Cinematics is a huge group. That's just a small smattering of people up here. We'll be side of stage. Have a wonderful BlizzCon 2015. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending the World of Warcraft Cinematics, the Road to Legion panel. Up next, the Blood and Treasure New Content and Features for Reaper of Souls panel.
or something. They travel all over the country. There we go, just a little bit more snow. You know how mountains are, they have those little snow caps. Okay, and then let's take a big brush and tap out the bottom of that. Lift up into it real gently once again. If you're real brave, you can even do a little bit right there. Maybe just a touch more snow right here. Just making decisions as I go. I don't have any painting that I'm looking at or anything like that. I'm just making it up. That's the funnest way to do it. There we go. Maybe there's a nice big foothill coming under there. A little Prussian blue, a little black, a little crimson, and a touch of white with that. Watch how I push this brush up. Just like that. Push it into the paint. Okay. Then maybe that foothill goes right across in front of that mountain. Just like that. Now remember, you're using a squared off brush here, so turn it to get a nice rounded effect on top of your hills. Okay, and then maybe we'll lift up a little to give it the distant pine tree look. Thousands of little pine trees just appearing right before your eyes. I've been doing this now since I was 12 years old, and I'm 27 now. And it never ceases to amaze me, the results I can get with these huge brushes. I mean, if somebody, you know, would come to me and tell me that, and I didn't paint it all, I'd tell them they were nuts. But since you're watching it happen right before your eyes, it proves it. And like I said, anyone can do it. You don't have to be a Leonardo da Vinci or a Michelangelo to do this. And I'm not going to tell you that this is art that is going to hang in the Smithsonian or anything like that, but I will tell you that your friends will probably buy paintings from you after you do a couple, so you can actually make money off of it. I probably shouldn't mention that, but I know some of you might be interested in monetary gain from your paintings. I know I am. You got to make a living somehow. And even if you don't want to make a living from it, it's real nice, you know, when somebody comes up and says, I'd love to pay you $100 for that. And you're thinking, wow, am I really that good, you know? There we go. Some nice distant foothills. Now this side over here looks kind of barren, so maybe we were to put a couple trees over there. How about, let's see. Let's make this a little bit of sap green. You know, at the beginning of the show, they were running your colors across the screen for you, so you should have those all out and ready. We'll mix up some green, some brown, and some blue. Oh, it's really dark, so we ought to put, what, a little bit of white with it? That'll work. Yeah, maybe a little more green. There we go. And we'll go through that with the fan brush. Pull through like this, real long and flat strokes. Okay. Maybe there's one right here. We'll push up on that brush. Let's go back and forth like a Z, pushing up. Okay, maybe a taller one right here. Gotta have a tall buddy right beside him. That's who gives him advice on those really cold days.
This is the fly thrower attacking the gunship, and you watch here, we've done a little breakdowns.
You'll catch me making sound effects here and there. That's really good, you know. Sometimes if you make a little sound effect to go along with something, it helps you remember that. Then you can just go, you know, doot-doot-doot, smashing it right there. Right there into the canvas. Look at that. Gee whiz, that'll wear your arm out. Okay, a little bit more on there, and maybe we'll reflect this down. Say you accidentally made this piece of land too wide. Well, just go up in there a little bit higher when you're pulling. But keep that curve down to the left on it, because that's what makes it look like it's further away here than it is over here. That's the effect we're trying to get. And remember, when you're pulling a reflection down, pull it down as low as the things above it are high. So if this tree is this high, that reflection would have to go all the way to the bottom. Okay. And why don't we just take a clean, dry brush and go across that real quick. And well, let's use that same one and go through a little bit of cadmium yellow. Cad yellow ought to work good. A little bit of thinner maybe in that. People come up to me while I'm doing demonstrations and they say, where are those numbers at? Where you got those numbers hidden? I say, what numbers are you talking about? They said, isn't this paint by number? No way. No way. We don't even draw a picture on the canvas before we start, not even a guideline. You know, once in a while when I'm doing a black gesso type thing, I'll do that, but on white canvas, I usually just wing it. People are impressed by that. And you know, after you take a painting class and you come back home and people see your painting, they say, oh my goodness, I never knew they had it in them. They really think you're talented suddenly, you know, and you are. But I'll tell you what's so fun about that is there's a prestige that goes along with being an artist. And I'll tell you what, the first painting you do and you bring it home and it looks nice like that, they'll say that, you know, this person is an artist. Gladys is definitely an artist. Suddenly people change the way they think of you too, for the good. And that makes you feel good inside. Always go across that reflection with a clean, dry brush, because you have to make it look like water down there. Okay, and maybe a little land under that. A little bit of Van Dyke brown.